I have a mobile phone in my Dantian. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26 Professional Demon Killer. This monster is too rampant. It dares to enter the county mansion to cause trouble. Sudan himself was shocked. The current court of the Jin Dynasty is strong. There are many immortal cultivators, and the righteous way is prosperous. Ordinary monsters dare not even enter the county, let alone cause trouble in the county mansion. Prepare the horses, Sudan ordered. Yang Yuchan and Yang Yuxiu had just left the Yang mansion when they turned around and saw Sudan leaving with 2 attendants on a fast horse. Brother Sudan, where are you going in such a hurry? Yang Yuxiu's pretty face was full of worry and concern. Where can I go? Kill monsters. In fact, it's not easy to be a flying fish catcher. Fighting monsters all day long, you never know when you will really die. Yang Yuchan looked relaxed at this moment, without the embarrassment of praying to Sudan before, and smiled. How can you compare with us businessmen? If we run well, money will naturally roll in. Yang Yuxiu frowned and looked at her brother. Brother, without a flying fish catcher like Sudan, we would have died at the hands of the monster. I know, it's not like we haven't thanked him. Every year and every festival, we always give him generous gifts. Just like this, it's so difficult to ask him to do a small favor. Yang Yuchan muttered, and he blamed Sudan instead. It seemed that Sudan should help him. Brother, you are really hopeless. Yang Yuxiu stamped his feet and turned away. Am I wrong? Sister, wait for me. In the county mansion. In the corridor outside the courtyard of Master Bao, there is a servant. This servant has an ugly face and wears coarse cloth clothes. Holding a broom in his hand, he was sweeping the courtyard. Hehe, what a famous and upright sect, the leader of the flying fish catchers. Wasn't he defeated easily by me, and I didn't even have to do it myself. The servant laughed in a low voice. There was no one else in this corridor, but he was unscrupulous. I know it's all up to you, but what can you do without me? We are on the same boat, and you promised to help me. The servant was there, looking like he was sweeping the floor. But he kept talking to himself, as if he was talking to the air. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I don't want to kill the county lord, and I won't alert the court. I will only kill his precious son and that bitch. So far, I have only tortured those 3 lackeys to death, and it will be their turn soon. He gritted his teeth, with a monstrous hatred. After dealing with this matter, I will leave with you. Go to the mountain you mentioned, practice magic, and never come back to Pingan County in the future. He still has a long way to go in the future, with an extremely bright future. Here, it is just a shallow pond. It can't accommodate him, and his future world will be extremely broad. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He talked to himself. Sudan stepped into the county lord's mansion. As soon as he came in, he felt different. There was no longer the excitement and style when Mr. Bao took a concubine. There was not even a guard in front of the entire mansion. Sir, why does this county lord's mansion feel so gloomy? The attendant next to him muttered and said to Sudan, don't talk nonsense. This is the county lord's mansion. Another attendant shouted. Sudan just kept silent and walked inside with a serious face. As soon as he walked in, a servant saw the flying fish robe he was wearing. A look of joy appeared on his face, but then it turned back to sadness. He still came forward. It's Captain Su. The county lord and others are now in Master Bao's courtyard. The servant said. Lead the way. Sudan nodded and said. After going around the corridor and arriving at Master Bao's courtyard, the courtyard became lively. There were guards, yamen runners, and many female relatives. But everyone had a sad look on their faces. Who is that? Flying fish Captain Sudan. Alas. What can he do? Captain Yanzeng, who is more powerful than him, couldn't do anything to that monster. What can he do? That's right. The female guards noticed Sudan coming. After seeing him clearly, they all looked disappointed, and some even talked about it. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Sudan is not as famous as Yanzeng, and Yanzeng was defeated. Everyone just thinks that he is not as good as Yanzeng. Sudong also heard Yan Zheng's words, that there was nothing he could do, but there was no strange expression on his face. He followed the servant into Master Bao's room. County Master. Master Bao, Captain Sudong is here to visit, the servant announced. Sudong? The County Master's surprised voice came. He did not notify Sudong. Brother Sudong is finally here. Brother Sudong, you must save me. Master Bao's muffled voice came. Full of surprise, Sudong walked into the room. The first person he saw was the county magistrate with dark circles under his eyes and a haggard look. He was wearing casual clothes and had no dignity as before. When he saw Sudong, he tried to force his smile on his face. It was considered a greeting. Hello, county magistrate. Sudong clasped his fists, and then his eyes saw Yan Zheng, who was sitting on the other side of the hall, with a pale face. The latter glanced at him. He rarely nodded. Sudong also nodded slightly. Last time, I also taught Yan Zheng's brother Yan Tong a lesson. I wonder if he remembers it. This book was recently updated in update. But it doesn't matter whether he remembers it or not. Sudong thought to himself that Yan Zheng didn't take him seriously, and he didn't take him seriously either. Then Sudong turned his eyes and saw a slender figure, and his whole body was slightly shocked. Ms. Meng, Miss Meng. Sudong's mouth was a little unsound, looking at the slender figure in front of him. Ms. Meng was invited by this old man to treat my child, the county magistrate explained. Sudong understood that Master Bao had been tortured a lot recently. Miss Meng was standing next to a burly man. When she heard the voice, she showed a gentle smile on her face and nodded slightly in the direction of Sudong. Last time when I was not here, some lechers came to the clinic to make trouble. Thanks to Captain Su for protecting us. Thank you very much. The burly man clasped his fists towards Sudong. He said. As he spoke, his rough face also glanced at Yan Zheng, who was sitting there regulating his breath. There was no fear at all. Uncle Meng, you are too polite. Sudong also clasped his fists in response. The big man did not say anything more. Miss Meng next to him just sat quietly. Sudong took a look and looked back, and finally saw the figure on the bed. It was called a figure, but it was completely covered by the quilt. Not even the eyes were exposed. Brother Su, Brother Su. Master Bao's voice came from the quilt. Master Bao, I'm here. Sudong stepped forward and sat down by the bed. Just this one sentence immediately made Ziboran feel relieved. But other people did not take it seriously when they heard this. Even the county lord looked helpless. What can a Sudong do? Brother Su, help me catch this monster. This monster is very powerful, but it is definitely not your opponent. Brother Sudong, right? Master Bao said in the quilt. Sudong smiled. Of course, I'm a professional monster killer. He was confident, and the servants in the room shook their heads. Yan Zheng also frowned. Uncle Meng looked at Sudong with great interest. Meng Si Niang and Miss Meng turned their cheeks to listen. Only Sudong and Master Bao were talking in the room. That's good. Master Bao was relieved. Sudong continued. You said in the letter that, as long as your skin is exposed, a demon fire will appear out of thin air to burn you. If you go out, there will also be a demon fire to burn you. The further you go, the bigger the fire will be, so you cover yourself in the quilt and dare not go out. Yes, yes. The demon fire is green and very scary. Master Bao nodded. It's not just Master Bao. There are also 3 servants, all of whom were burned to death by the demon fire. The county lord interrupted. Well, those 3 servants are all my close friends. Master Bao said. Brother Sudong, do you have a way to deal with this monster? Sudong smiled. The ugly servant who was sweeping the floor in the corridor suddenly heard the news that Sudong, the head of the flying fish catcher, was here to exorcise the monster. Disdain immediately appeared on his ugly face. Another flying fish catcher? If you weren't appointed by the court, I would have burned you to death. Catching monsters? You want to catch me? Let me see how you catch me. I burned Yan Zheng so hard that he was scared. Sudong, right. I'm going to burn you to death. The ugly servant had a ferocious look on his face, threw down the broom in his hand, turned around and walked towards Master Bao's yard. Chapter 27 Mrs. Pear. The ugly man walked into the courtyard of Master Bao. Many servants gathered outside the room and talked. That's Captain Sudang, a handsome young man. He's so young to be the captain of FIU. He's only in his 20s. How did you become the captain? I heard he killed a monster. He was appointed by the court. He killed a monster at such a young age. The servants' discussions reached the ugly man's ears, and his face became even uglier. Wait, these people will not praise you, but laugh at you. He approached the room. Several maids saw him, and walked away in disgust. He didn't care. He just looked inside, and saw Sudang at a glance. He looked confident, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. He is Sudang? Humph, so confident. Yan Zheng was also very confident when he first came, but what was the result? The ugly man looked disdainful. In the room, Sudang smiled. This monster tortured you specifically, and even the servants who tortured you to death were your servants. Boran, did you offend this monster somewhere? Sudang said softly. I'm also surprised, but I haven't been out much recently. How could I offend others? Even in the past, I have never offended monsters before. Master Bao said aggrievedly. Yan Zheng was pale in the hall outside the room. He was in trouble this time and his face was ashamed. Brother Sudang, think of a way. If you can avoid this disaster, I will go bankrupt. The county lord also had a melancholy look on his face and said, this is his only son. Even if he wants him to die, Master Bao can't get into trouble. Everyone sitting in the room understood the importance of Master Bao to the county lord, otherwise Yan Zheng would not have come overpass. Sudang nodded. He was about to speak. Suddenly, a graceful figure walked into the room. Husband, I made a nourishing soup, you can drink some. It was a young woman, no more than 17 or 18 years old, holding soup in her hand, and walked in. She was originally very beautiful, but at this moment she looked very haggard. As soon as she came in, Master Bao hadn't spoken yet, and the county lord's face looked ugly. You jinx, who let you in? Get out. The county lord said in a low voice, pointing at the woman. Sudang was stunned. He looked at the county lord in surprise. Usually, the county lord was fair and generous, so why did he scold the woman today? Dad, I know I'm sorry for my husband. I don't blame you for hitting me or scolding me, but... The woman looked haggard, and her eyes were about to cry. Dad, what does this have to do with Leah? Leah, your husband will be fine. My brother Sudang is here, and no demons or monsters are scary. Don't worry. The laughter of Master Bao came from under the quilt. There was also a painful groan in the laughter, but it made the other people in the room look at him with admiration, and then they all looked at the young man beside the bed. Does that man really have such great ability? He actually gave Master Bao so much confidence. Brother Sudang? Madame Li also looked at Sudang beside the bed with surprise. She was Ziboran's bedmate, and had heard her husband talk about this young man. My husband said that this flying fish cat really has the ability to exorcise demons and monsters. There is no one in the whole Pinggan County who can match him. She thought about it, and naturally bowed to Sudang again and again. Please save my husband, Brother Su. Madam, don't worry, Master Bao will be fine. Sudang smiled. He was very confident, and the lady also smiled. But the others in the room didn't think so. Yan Zheng frowned. It's okay for Master Bao to have confidence in Sudang. After all, Sudang saved the latter's life. It's normal for the latter to blindly magnify Sudang's strength in his heart, but Sudang himself is so confident. Isn't there anything he can do without seeing him? Is he more confident than me? Yan Zheng's face was ugly. Sudang didn't take him seriously at all. The burly man next to Meng Si Niang also looked at him with strange eyes. This young man is so confident. I don't know if he is really confident or just pretending. Si Niang said that he can create a sword energy out of thin air. In the mortal world, he is considered a master, but he should not be much worse than Yan Zheng. He also felt that Sudang was too confident. He was afraid that he would be slapped in the face soon. County Master, Mr. Z has been tortured repeatedly and is weak. He should eat some nourishing food. A soft and gentle voice sounded, which made people feel calm when they heard it. Many people in the room looked over, and even the anger on the County Master's face disappeared. Sudang turned his eyes and looked at the girl sitting there. Miss Meng has spoken. Why don't you feed Bao quickly? The County Master snorted coldly. Yes. Yes. Madam Lee hurriedly came forward with a tea bowl. The ugly man outside the door looked at this scene and was furious. Bitch, you will deserve to die. You will deserve to die. He wished he could burn Madam Lee to death right now. Everything started because of Madam Lee. This book has been recently updated on #@. Update. You're in a demon is this woman. Just kill her, and it will be over. Why bother? Are you reluctant to kill her? There was a voice in his body, speaking, and only he could hear the voice. Reluctant? Humph, I will slowly torture her. Now is just the beginning. I will make her life a life worse than death. The ugly man roared in his heart. Well, it's up to you. Just remember that the county lord and the 2 constables cannot be killed. The rest are up to you. The voice sighed lightly and then said no more. As long as the court is not alarmed, this matter will not be a big deal. A small county town, isn't it up to him to do whatever he wants? Huh. Dare to lift the quilt. Haha, this is a provocation to me. Suddenly, the ugly man looked into the room excitedly. In the room, Sudong saw Madam Lee trying to get into the quilt to feed her soup and waved his hand directly. Why bother so much? Just lift the quilt and don't wear it in the future. Sudong smiled. This. Madam Lee hesitated. You absolutely cannot do that. That monster is staring at Baoa. Once you open the quilt, the monster fire will burn. You cannot open the quilt. You cannot. The county lord said excitedly. Sudong was slightly startled. Dad, Brother Sudong is here. What's there to be afraid of? I trust Brother Sudong. Besides, that monster is torturing me and making me lose face. I will never want to suffer this even if I die, hiding under the quilt like a turtle. Master Bao growled excitedly. Sudong is here. His savior is here. Why is he still hiding? Master Bao, think twice. That monster fire is very strange. Yan Zhengdu stood up to remind him. Master Bao joked. Then he said, my brother Sudong is here. I'm not afraid. He is not afraid. Everyone in the room looked at Sudong. The county lord also looked over anxiously. Sudong's heart was also slightly shocked. He had never thought that in Master Bao's heart, he was actually regarded so strong. Don't worry, just open it. Sudong smiled. Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, the county lord tried to stop him, but the quilt was lifted by Master Bao. Huh, I'm suffocating. Master Bao cried out softly, revealing his face. His eyebrows were all burned off, half of his hair was burned, and the skin under his neck was burned everywhere. It extended all the way into his clothes. The first thing he saw after lifting the quilt was Sudong next to him. Brother Sudong. No. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Ah, demon fire. It's demon fire. The servants in the room suddenly exclaimed, and the county lord, Yan Zheng and others were all shocked and looked up into the air. A fire snake appeared out of thin air in the room. The fire snake was green and rushed straight towards Master Bao on the bed. Ah. Master Bao was extremely panicked and was scared to death by the fire. He was really scared of being burned. The fire snake shot over in an instant, but it didn't burn him. As soon as it reached the bed, it was blocked by a blood-red knife light. The blood-red blade light was hazy, like a layer of blood-red mist blocking it. When the green flames touched it, sparks flew everywhere, but it could not move forward even half a step. The blade in Sudong's hand had been unsheathed without knowing when. Blade skills, blood cape. Please recommend and collect it. I want to see how many people are reading and following Danki's novels. Your support is Danki's greatest motivation. Danki has opened a thank you post in the book review area. Danki will thank you for every support you give. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Green Fire. Sudong's face was icy cold. How dare you? He drew his sword and swung it in one go, unleashing his bloody cloak. This completely defensive sword technique was like a shield, completely watertight. Although the flames were strange, they could not penetrate at all. Naturally, it could not burn Master Bao. Ah. Master Bayo still closed his eyes and screamed, but he found that he did not feel the burning sensation. He opened his eyes and saw the green flames blocked by the bloody hazy sword light. No matter how much the green flames burned, they could not get past the bloody sword light. The bloody sword light was spreading from Sudong's hand. Master Bayo's eyes lit up. Haha, I knew it. I knew that brother Sudong would definitely save me. Definitely save me. He cheered excitedly. After surviving the catastrophe, he had never been happier than at this moment. Sword light. Everyone in the room looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. The green flames appeared, and everyone's face changed, but then they were blocked by a bloody sword light. Condensing ki into a beam. Martial master level? Yan Zheng stood up suddenly, looking at the long sword in Sudong's hand in disbelief. No, he hasn't condensed the true essence yet, and the liquid produces 3 flowers. This is a sword technique at the martial master level. What a powerful sword technique. The 3 big men in front of Meng Si Niang exclaimed in surprise. As soon as he spoke, the other people in the room, who were still stunned, seemed to understand. They were not very clear about the level of the warriors, but they knew that they were very strong. That green flame was scary enough, but it was blocked. Blocked? My fire was blocked? The ugly man at the door was shocked. Martial master level sword technique. How old is he? And his sword technique has been practiced to this level. This small county has encountered such a genius? The sword is not an ordinary sword. The owner of the voice in his body was surprised. Not good. Stop the work. He suddenly shouted. The ugly man was shocked. Break it for me. Sudong in the room shouted. The long sword in his hand swung violently. Puff. The green flame was instantly split apart by the blood-red knife light. When the flames faded, Sudong's figure had already shot out. Everyone in the room only saw a shadow flash by. Sudong had already appeared outside the door. Many servants hurriedly avoided him, looking at the figure in front of them with fear and shock. Gone. It was clearly there just now, but the aura of the green flame disappeared in an instant. Sudong thought to himself. His eyes swept across the many servants in the yard like lightning. Of course, he also swept across the ugly man among the servants. Don't worry, he is just an ordinary person, and can't find you. The ugly man lowered his head. The voice in his body said confidently. This man's eyes are really scary. I dare not look directly at him. The ugly man muttered in his heart. Humph, now you know your gap. Do you think you can be invincible with the few spells I gave you? See that look? I dare say that this man did not come out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, but also experienced great hardships, and went through more than one life and death catastrophe. You are far behind him. The voice snorted coldly. Only with enough experience can one develop a strong character. This flying fish catcher is quite a character. He has killed monsters? Humph, I think he has killed more than one. Forget it, stop it, he said. Ah, what should I do? Just let it go? Zeeboren is not dead yet, and I haven't started to torture that bitch yet. I'm unwilling to give up. The ugly man roared in his heart. Stupid, wait until you become stronger in the future, and then come and torture me as you like. Why rush now? The voice snorted coldly. In the future? No, I can't wait. This flying fish catcher can't live here forever, and can't always be with Zeeboren. As long as he leaves, I will kill Zeeboren, and kill that bitch. He gritted his teeth, and was already possessed by the devil. You. The voice was angry. Really stupid. But he had no choice. Can't find it. But I can feel that the killing intent is still here, and has not dissipated yet. Sudong glanced at the servants in the yard, then turned around, and walked back to the room. When he came back, everyone looked at him differently. Even Yan Zheng, who was always arrogant, looked at him, and didn't know what he was thinking. In front of strength, everything seemed to be a foil. The county lord was the most excited, and bowed to Sudong directly. Brother Sudong has saved my son many times. Please accept my respect. He was so excited that his old eyes were filled with tears. There was no way. Zeeboren was his only son. If this son was gone, he would die. Moreover, he also felt that fate was karma. 2 years ago, it was Sudong who saved Boren from the river monster, and now it's him again. Is this fate? This Sudong is the lucky star savior of my son's life. When people get old, they tend to think too much. As he thought about it, he felt that Sudong was simply the savior arranged by God for Zeeboran. This is his son's fortune. You don't have to do this, sir. Sudong quickly helped the old father up. I didn't realize that Captain Su's swordsmanship is so powerful. I'm afraid no one in the entire Ningen County can match him. I admire him. Uncle Meng clasped his fists, with admiration on his face. The power can be improved with spiritual essence, but the swordsmanship can only be practiced by oneself. He has mastered the martial arts level swordsmanship at such a young age. He couldn't help but admire it. Sudong also clasped his fists in response. I have said it before, Captain Su's magic power is unparalleled. Uncle, you still don't believe it? Miss Meng chuckled. Haha, I believe it now. Uncle Meng laughed. This book has been updated recently in .. Update. Sudong couldn't help but glance at Meng Xinayang, and this glance happened to be seen by Madam Li. Brother Sudong, tell me quickly, what kind of monster did you chase out just now and see? Did you catch him? Master Bao said anxiously. He hated the monster so much that his teeth itched. And fear. Hearing this, everyone quieted down and looked at Sudong. The matter of the monster was important. Yeah. That monster. The county lord was also anxious. Sudong shook his head. When he saw him shaking his head, Master Bao's heart skipped a beat. Didn't you catch the monster? If the monster wasn't caught, there would be endless troubles. How could the monster let him go easily after torturing him like this? It was impossible for Sudong to follow him every day. Of course no monster was caught. Sudong shook his head. There is no demonic aura. It's more like a man-made disaster. Sudong's eyes condensed slightly. He didn't even feel the warning on the phone in his Dantian. Where is the monster? As soon as he left the room, he disappeared in an instant. I'm afraid it's among those people. But he had no evidence, so it was hard to say more. Everyone was stunned. Only Meng Xinayang and the other two had calm expressions. Someone wants to deal with Master Bao. People. Zeeboran's eyes lit up immediately. He was afraid of monsters, but he was not afraid of people. That day, the county lord's mansion was on full alert. Since someone was playing tricks, the county lord replaced all the servants and guards that day. The ugly man was naturally among them, and was temporarily moved to another mansion. So careful that you even kicked me out. The ugly man sat in the yard, alone. But it doesn't matter. As long as Sudong leaves, I will take action. Do you think I won't have any news about him, because he is far away? He smiled and took out a talisman paper. There was a voice coming from the talisman paper. It was the voice of Master Bao. In the evening, the county lord's mansion held a banquet. Sudong naturally stayed. The county lord and Zeeboran didn't want him to leave. Not only did he stay, but Meng Xinayang and his uncle also stayed. Yanzeng. No one wanted to stay, so he stayed. The county lord entertained him out of consideration, but his attitude was much worse. At the banquet, Yanzeng drank alone, and looked at Sudong surrounded by Master Bao and the county lord. This county lord thinks so highly of Sudong. It's over. He will definitely recommend him to the higher-ups. Sudong is also so strong. It's over. My chance to become the leader of Flying Fish is over. He was deep in thought, and his face was pale and ugly. But I want to make further progress in my cultivation. I can only climb up and attract the attention of a court to obtain spiritual essence. To climb up, I have to get rid of Sudong. How to get rid of him? He is much stronger than me. The most annoying thing is that after this incident, Sudong's reputation will definitely spread quickly. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. The last thing Yanzeng wants is to see Sudong's reputation overshadow him. Chapter 29 Super Sense. At the banquet, Master Bao was in the best mood. He finally didn't have to stay in bed anymore. He kept toasting Sudong. He was grateful and admired him. Any demons and monsters are a piece of cake for my brother Sudong. His knife skills. He really admired Sudong. Next to him was Madam Li. When he left the table, Madam Li followed him. As soon as he walked to the corridor, Madam Li grabbed him. My husband, Brother Su saved our family this time. We must repay him well. I know. I told my father that I would recommend Brother Sudong to the court. Brother Sudong's strength is only in Pingan County. I'm sorry. Master Bao nodded. Madam Lee nodded, but then said, "My husband, didn't you always say that you wanted to find a good marriage for your brother Su?" Madam Lee's eyebrows and eyes were charming, no longer haggard as before. Master Bao was half drunk. When he heard this, he shook his head immediately. "I wonder, among all the famous ladies in the county, which one can match my elder brother Su?" He grinned. "Whether they match or not is not up to you. It depends on what elder brother Su likes. I think elder brother Su is interested in Miss Meng." Madam Lee laughed softly. "Ah." Upon hearing this, Master Bao sobered up immediately. "But Miss Meng, Miss Meng." Master Bao stuttered. Madam Lee rolled her eyes at him. "What's wrong with Miss Meng? Do you think elder brother Su is an ordinary mortal like you? He is a real person who can kill demons and exorcise monsters. How could he care about you?" "Don't worry, I can see that our elder brother Su has feelings for Miss Meng." Only then did Master Bao become serious. "Then I have to help my elder brother Sudang. Otherwise, with his temper, I'm afraid he will have to keep it in his heart for the rest of his life." He planned. Madam Lee beside him smiled sweetly. Their conversation was heard by the ugly man in another mansion. "This pair of bitches, they really think the danger is over." He listened to the conversation between the two and was furious. He even wanted to bring the captain together. "Wait, once the flying fish captain leaves, I will torture you to death." He gritted his teeth. Hatred was everywhere. "You are just stupid. Your mind is only on dealing with those two mortals. Didn't you see the flying fish captain today? He is so young and has extraordinary means, and there is no opportunity to inherit. Who would believe it?" A voice suddenly sounded in his body, scolding him. "Although warriors practice only low level, many inheritances are coveted by immortals. Many warriors have a lot of spiritual essences and spiritual crystals in their hands when they die. Martial arts practitioners are not like immortals. Immortals have a long lifespan, and it is difficult for them to die. In addition, their own cultivation consumes a lot of energy, both spiritual essences and property in magic weapons. Warriors are different. Warriors have a short lifespan, but there are also powerful ones who dominate an era. Even ordinary immortals have to temporarily avoid the edge. Warriors also collect spiritual essences and spiritual crystals. Leave a legacy for the future generations. Every powerful warrior has a huge legacy after his death." Hearing about the spirit essence and spirit crystal, the ugly man's eyes also lit up, but then dimmed. "Even if he has treasures on him, I'm not his opponent." He sighed. Now he can only bully ordinary people and ordinary warriors. Sudang has frightened him. "Stupid, I say you are stupid. Didn't you hear what the woman said just now? It's not easy to deal with him, but it's not easy to deal with his sweetheart. As long as you have that Miss Meng in your hands, you are afraid that he will commit a crime." The voice sneered. "When the time comes, don't talk about the treasure, just force him to leave. No matter what happens here, it's possible. Why are you waiting here?" As he said, the ugly man's face gradually became ferocious. When he heard Sudang leave, he became excited. "Threaten him?" "Yes, Miss Meng is still a blind person. Dealing with a blind person. That blind person is also very beautiful. She is a beauty." The ugly man grinned. The voice in his body fell silent. "This Zhao Heng has a bad character, and his family has suffered a sudden change, so he is mentally defective. He did not reject my nascent soul taking the opportunity to settle in his body, but he is too stupid. He does not have a heart for cultivation at all. Without a heart for Taoism, one is destined to be unable to become a strong person. Cultivating immortals also requires hard work, and there are many difficulties and dangers." He was forced to stay in the body of this ugly man, but the latter was really not worthy of his eyes. "Wait, when the time is right, I will destroy his soul, take over his body, and then refine a new body in the future," he thought. The ugly man grinned. The host and the guests of the county mansion were very happy and rested. Sudang also returned to the villa arranged for him. This courtyard is next to the courtyard of Master Bao. Sitting in the room, the murderous aura has not dissipated. "Is that person waiting for me to leave?" Sudang's eyes were calm. "As my skills become more profound, my 5 senses have become much stronger, and I can even sense the induction of ki in the dark. But this feeling is so vague, I can't even control it." Sudang closed his eyes, let go of his mind and sense everything around him. The sound of the wind at night, the sound of crickets outside the window, The sound of leaves flapping gradually formed a scene in his mind. It was a scene made up of sound. This book was recently updated in #@. Update. Click, click. Suddenly there were more footsteps walking into his yard. Mr. Bao. The moment the footsteps sounded, Sudong's mind automatically simulated the image of Mr. Bao according to the frequency and severity of the footsteps. Sudong opened his eyes, but there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. It is said that immortal cultivators can condense their primordial spirit to sense the surroundings. Although I don't know how to condense my primordial spirit, I'm a warrior and I have improved my physical fitness. This hearing combined with the sense of the dark can sense every move of dozens of feet around me. Sudong was extremely surprised. He was born in a wild way. No one taught him, and he had to rely on himself to explore step by step. This method of perception is not as good as the immortal cultivator's primordial spirit, but it is also stronger than the ordinary 5 senses, so let's call it super sense. A method of perception beyond the 5 senses. In this small courtyard, it is all covered by his super sense. Squeak. Master Bao walked to the door and was about to knock when the door opened. Sudong smiled and looked at him. Boran, do you have something to talk to me? Master Bao was stunned for a moment, wondering how Brother Sudong knew he was coming. Were his footsteps heavy? Well, there is something I want to discuss with Brother Sudong. Brother Sudong, let's go. Let's talk for a while. Master Bao pulled him up and walked out. Sudong was speechless. There is no one else here, and he still needs to talk for a while, but he also followed this Master Bao. The county lord's mansion was quite large, and there was a garden in the mansion. There was a rockery lake in the garden, and there was a pavilion in the lake. Master Bao took him to the garden and pointed to the pavilion in the lake in front. Brother Sudong, I can only help you here. Master Bao patted Sudong's shoulder with a strange expression, and then turned and left. Sudong blinked. What do you mean? Aren't you looking for him for something? Sudong looked at the pavilion in the lake. Under the moonlight, there seemed to be a figure. Someone is looking for him? Sudong walked over, and just halfway through, he was stunned. In the pavilion, there was a beautiful figure sitting on a stone seat, reflecting the white moonlight, just like a fairy. It makes people calm. Sister Lee, have you picked the crab apple? The fairy asked. Sudong was startled. Came back to his senses. Speak. It's me. The figure sitting in the pavilion was obviously shocked, and his eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, but he regained his calm in an instant. Captain Su, why are you here? Master Bao asked me to come here to discuss something. When I came, he left. Why is Miss Meng here so late? Sudong chuckled and stood up. I came here with Madam Lee to have a private chat. She said the crab apple blossoms are in full bloom, so I went to pick one. The two of them fell silent for a moment, and then smiled at the same time. They all understood what the couple was planning. Master Bao, you're disturbing Miss Meng's rest. Chapter 30, Perception of the Sword. I usually go to bed late. The night breeze is nice today, and it's very comfortable to sit out for a while. Miss Meng smiled. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Sudong's heart skipped a beat, but fortunately the night was slightly cool, which blew away the burning heat on his cheeks. Many thoughts and countless words flashed through Sudong's mind, but when they came to his mouth, Miss Meng knew that Madam Lee in the past? Sudong asked. Why did he ask this? He didn't know that. Miss Meng nodded slightly. Before Madam Lee married Mr. Bao, she went to me to get a few prescriptions. After a few visits, we got to know each other. This time I went to see a doctor, and it was also Miss Lee who invited me several times. She likes Mr. Bao very much. It's a pity that Mr. Bao only gave her the title of a concubine. Miss Meng sighed softly, as if she was sad for Madam Lee. No wonder I felt strange when I saw Miss Meng when I came here. Sudong smiled softly. Strange that I would see a doctor for a young master? Meng Si Niang smiled softly. Sudong was a frequent visitor to her clinic, so he naturally understood her style of doing things. If Master Bao came to the clinic for treatment, he would naturally receive her. But for house calls, Master Bao, the son of the county master, did not have such a great weight. So it was for the sake of Madam Lee. Madam Lee is the concubine that Bao Ren just took in. Sudong suddenly realized. He came to pay his tribute that day and even met a fairy passing by. Yes, as soon as Sisterly entered the door of the county master's mansion, she was haunted by monsters. Naturally, there were rumors and slanders against her. It's ridiculous that the county master actually believed them. Meng Si Niang looked sarcastic and was very dissatisfied with the county master. It's not the county master's fault. It's mainly the servants and other concubines. When Madame Li just entered the house, there was a fairy passing by. When she entered the house, it was regarded as a good omen. In addition, Master Bao liked her, so Madame Li was naturally favored. Once favored, naturally people envied her. When they encountered bad luck, they blamed her. They said she was a jinx and a husband killer. Su Dong recalled the look on the face of the county lord when he scolded Madame Li today, and he had some understanding. The status of a concubine is very low. Even some rich families with good relationships can give concubines at will. It was given away as a gift, so naturally there is no status. It was also because Master Bao liked her. Otherwise, the county lord would have sent her away directly. In that case, Madame Li's reputation would be completely ruined, and her life would be ruined. Fortunately, Captain Su came and saved my sister Li, Meng Si Niang said, raising the teacup on the stone table and toasting to Su Dong. Captain Su killed demons and protected the peace of the area. Si Niang still admires him very much, she said, drinking the tea in her hand. Su Dong hurriedly poured a cup of tea. Miss Meng is a doctor who saves the world and saves countless people. This is a great merit. Speaking of it, my life was saved by Miss Meng, Su Dong said. Meng Si Niang smiled, and this smile was suddenly full of charm. Su Dong was stunned. It's a pity that no one else hears us flattering each other. Meng Si Niang, of course, didn't know Su Dong's expression, and smiled. Su Dong also smiled. His eyes turned, and saw the flowers blooming in the garden. Mrs. Li is right, the crabapple flowers are indeed blooming very well. Su Dong smiled. I'll pick one for you. He smiled happily, walked to the flower bed, stretched out his hand to pick a crabapple flower. It was the blooming season, and the crabapples were gorgeous. Su Dong walked back with the flower. Meng Si Niang was full of smiles. Su Dong held out his hand and handed the flower to her. She gently put it in front of her nose and sniffed it. The fragrance of the flowers lingered. It smells so good. I remember when I was a child, my family also had crabapples. When they bloomed, there were red and pink ones. They were so beautiful. Meng Si Niang said happily. Su Dong's heart ached slightly. When she was a child, could her eyes see? He looked at the woman holding the flower in front of him, her happy and satisfied expression, and made a secret decision in his heart. Legend has it that immortals have elixirs, and there are many magical essences in the world that can transform people and cure all diseases. There are many magical methods used by immortals. Of course, most of them are just legends. If there is a chance, I must find an elixir or essence that can restore Miss Meng's eyesight. Su Dong thought to himself. The two chatted. Miss Meng talked about some folk remedies for curing diseases and saving lives, and Su Dong talked about the appearance of the monsters he encountered. They had a great time. But happy times always pass quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the night deepened. It's getting late. I should go back and rest. It's too late, and my uncle will be worried. Miss Meng stood up with her hand on the stone table. I'll take you. Su Dong stepped forward to support her. Due to the difference between men and women, Su Dong only pulled Miss Meng's sleeve. Meng Si Niang smiled and approved Su Dong's support. The two walked out of the garden. As they walked away, the figures of Master Bao and Madame Li appeared in another corridor. It's done. Master Bao looked at the two backs in the distance and smiled happily. Look, I'm right. Su Dong has feelings for Sister Meng, and that look is so gentle. Madame Li said charmingly. Unfortunately, no matter how gentle brother Su Dong is, Miss Meng can't see it. Master Bao sighed softly. Madame Li was speechless and sighed softly. She sent Meng Si Niang to the door of her room. Then she said goodbye. Su Dong turned around and calmed down. He exhaled softly, looked at the moonlight in the sky, and smiled. Is this the feeling of being moved? This book was recently updated in update. For some reason, Su Dong wanted to practice swordsmanship at this moment. Only practicing swordsmanship could calm his mood. He did it as he thought, returned to his courtyard, drew out the broken tooth sword, and practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard. When practicing swordsmanship, he didn't use internal force, nor did he perform any of the 3 blood shadow slashes. He just relied on his mind and the sword followed his heart. But his heart was soft, and the shadow of Meng Si Niang was in his mind. The knife was also soft. But this soft knife technique had a strange beauty and artistic conception. It was more cheerful, more agile, and more energetic than any of Sudong's previous knife techniques. It was also full of expectations and hope. Gradually, Sudong practiced the knife, and his mind was freed. The state of unity between man and knife naturally acted on his mind. The state of unity between man and knife is the embodiment of knife techniques reaching a certain level, which can naturally resonate with the body. Now this state of perception is used in perception. The perception method that Sudong just comprehended, super sense, suddenly had the blessing of this state. The unity of man and knife was integrated into super sense. Sudong's perception instantly had a framework, covering a radius of dozens of feet. Any disturbance within this range of dozens of feet appeared in his mind. His perception seemed to have turned into countless knives, permeating the surroundings. Sudong stopped moving and opened his eyes to feel the sensation. This feeling is so strange. Is this controlling super sense? Sudong carefully experienced the feeling. This was not an improvement in strength, but it was even more strange. Perception turned into a knife. Being able to control the extension of perception. He had never thought of such a thing before. He controlled his super sense. He explored everywhere. Mr. Bao's room, the county lord's room, Miss Meng's room. Sudong's perception was like a knife. It spread out piece by piece. In the middle of the night, outside Miss Meng's room, a figure hidden in the shadows quickly shuffled in. This figure followed the shadow through the outer wall and revealed his figure. It was the ugly servant. It's this room. Miss Meng is here. If we catch her, won't the head of the police surrender? He took a step forward with a grim smile. Don't worry, if we really want to do it, the head of the police is just an ordinary person. I just don't want to deal with people in the court. Huh. The voice in his body comforted him. An ordinary person? No matter how powerful a warrior is, he is just an ordinary person. Immortal cultivators have always looked down on warriors. But suddenly, his voice paused. A knife-like perception passed through here. The owner of the voice suddenly became anxious. Not good. There are still experts investigating. Hurry up. What kind of investigation method is this? He felt like a knife was passing through the air. At the same moment, Sudong in the next yard also suddenly opened his eyes. Servant? A servant is sneaking outside Miss Meng's room. Huh. Taoist talisman? Sudong's face changed. Chapter 31 Zhao Heng. As soon as he heard the warning from the voice inside his body, the ugly man Zhao Heng panicked. There are still experts? Run. He hurriedly took out a piece of talisman paper from his arms. Stupid, don't use the concealment talisman. Climb over the wall. The voice inside his body said anxiously. This concealment talisman is used when others can't notice it. If you use it under someone's surveillance, wouldn't it tell others that you are hiding and running away? How stupid. But Zhao Heng had already taken it out. The moment he took it out, it was captured by Sudong's sensing knife. Taoist talisman? A servant took out a Taoist talisman casually? Sudong didn't know what a concealment talisman was, but he could recognize that it was a Taoist talisman of a cultivator. Sudong was shocked in an instant. In an instant, he thought of the person who was secretly causing trouble in the county mansion. Is he the one who controls the green fire? To deal with Miss Meng. Sudong was shocked and angry. He was shocked that the latter disguised himself as a servant and dared to come back. He was angry that the latter's target this time was actually Meng Si Niang. If he succeeded, what would happen? Fortunately I sensed the sword. Fortunately I investigated here. Otherwise, I dare not think. Sudong was both scared and relieved. He was scared and relieved. Zhao Heng was panicking, and in a panic. He was not a cultivator, and he had never practiced martial arts. It was only after he had the opportunity that he had some skills, but these skills were not his after all. He had never encountered any real danger. Once he encountered it, he was panicked. Climb over the wall. Climb over the wall. He hurriedly climbed over the wall. In his heart, he prayed that the master would not kill him, but as soon as he climbed over the wall, he saw a figure standing outside the yard. The figure was wearing a flying fish suit and holding a long sword in his hand. He looked at him with a cold look like a knife. Sudang has arrived. You came so quickly? It's him again, the head of the police. Zhao Heng's heart jumped. Thief, you still want to escape? Sudang shouted coldly, and his voice deliberately contained internal strength and the realm of unity between man and sword. The sound exploded in the night sky like thunder, startling the entire mansion. Zhao Heng shuddered. What should I do? What should I do? If he stops me, the county lord will be alerted, and a large number of constables will come. Zhao Heng was so confused that he had no idea. When he was in the dark, he was very comfortable and powerful. He felt that he was the king of the night. He could torture others at will. He could decide life and death. Especially recently, he tortured the county lord, and even Yanzeng, the first-class flying fish catcher in the county, was defeated by him. He felt that he was invincible. At least in Ping'an County, he was walking sideways. This was the pleasure that strength brought him. Until he met Sudang, this unknown flying fish catcher. Sudang blocked his spell with a look and a knife, and shattered his self-confidence with a knife. He realized that there was still someone in Ping'an County that he couldn't afford to offend. It was this flying fish catcher. Don't be afraid of him. I'm here. No matter how powerful he is just an ordinary person. Zhao Heng's voice was very calm, cheering for Zhao Heng. Didn't you say he was very powerful? Look at that look. It's really scary. Otherwise, if I beg for mercy and give in, maybe he will let me go. I haven't even started to kill his sweetheart yet. Zhao Heng said. He wanted to give in. Waste. The voice in his body suddenly shouted angrily. Zhao Heng was shocked. I said, you can't die as long as I'm here. I'm a cultivator, and you will become a cultivator in the future. No matter how powerful he is, a mortal can be a match for me. A cultivator? The voice was anxious, and said with great anger. Although he said so, he had already cursed Zhao Heng thousands of times in his heart. This man is really a waste. He should have killed the couple of Mr. Bayo earlier, but he had to spend time torturing them. Now, something happened. Give in after something happened? Zhao Heng is looking for death. He doesn't want to die. Once my existence is discovered, report it. That's it. What he feared was the human court. While they were arguing here, Sudang looked coldly at the ugly man on the wall who was neither up nor down, with a panicked face. His super sense spread out like a knife, covering Zhao Heng's every move. Every expression of his was also captured by Sudang. Sudang easily felt the panic of this man. So panicked? So afraid of me? Sudang was a little bit unbelievable, and couldn't help wondering in his heart, is this the person who manipulated the green fire and tortured Master Bayo? He was just guessing and doubting. If it was this person, the latter was too. Water. Who is it? At this moment, the alarmed county lord and others came with Yanzeng, the constables, etc., and Mengxi Niang and her uncle also came out of the yard. Mengxi Niang was the first to hear Sudang's shout, and her expression was a little worried. Master Bayo and Madame Li were among the crowd. The ugly man on the wall looked at Madame Li at the first time. The man's face changed. The expression changed, and the eyes, so cruel. Sudang was surprised again. Seeing Madame Li, the eyes are so cruel. He saw Madame Li, and Madame Li also saw this man. Zhao Heng. Madame Li exclaimed. She didn't notice it in the past, but now, looking at the ugly man on the wall, she suddenly shouted subconsciously. He looks too much like her, too much like an old friend. Zhao Heng. Master Bayo's eyes widened. He looked at the man on the wall who was still dressed as a servant. Sudang just looked at him coldly. TSK, you bitch, you still recognize me? You destroyed my family, and you still recognize me? The man on the wall sneered sinisterly. This book has been updated recently in .. Update. Madame Li shook her head, looking helpless, but Master Bayo sneered. Zhao Heng, you are such a loser. Your family is in decline because Mr. Zhao didn't know how to judge people and trusted the wrong person. He was so angry that he died. Who can he blame? You two don't manage your business properly and keep pestering King Li all day. Has King Li ever treated you well? And you even ended up being a servant in my house. Humph. Shut up. You are all bitches. You all deserve to die. All of you. Zhao Heng was furious, forgetting his fear of Sudong, and was determined to kill Madame Li and Master Bao. Yes, that's it. Kill, kill. The voice in his body also growled. Only killing can carve out a way out. Boom. Zhao Heng pointed his right hand at Madame Li. A cluster of green flames suddenly burst out from his fingertips. Ah, is it the demon fire? It's him. Everyone was shocked. The green fire appeared again. Was everything caused by Zhao Heng? Exclamation mark. Yan Zheng was even more surprised. I've heard of this Zhao Heng before. He used to be a rich kid from a merchant family in the county. He was very close to Yan Tong, but his family fell into poverty recently. I heard that he was disfigured and buried because of his gambling addiction. Unexpectedly, he is still alive. He even learned magic. His appearance was ruined, but Zhao Heng was lucky enough to survive. Yan Zheng was jealous. He actually fell into the hands of such a loser. This loser even learned magic, which can only be practiced by immortals. He became an immortal. Not only was he shocked, but Mr. Bao, the county lord, and Madame Li were all shocked. Green fire shot over, and a blood-red knife light also arrived. One knife stopped the flame. Magic? So weak? Sudong chuckled. Before, Zhao Heng was in the dark, and he himself imagined the enemy in the dark to be a little scary. Now facing the green flame head on, it's just like this. Too weak, straight, what's the use? Blocked so easily? Zhao Heng's face turned pale. He only knew this one spell. How could he fight? It's okay, it's impossible. Control the fire first. The voice in his body commanded. Okay. He waved his palm, and the green flames wrapped around him, and he immediately flew into the air. The fire control technique consumes too much energy. I can't fly high, and I can't hold on for long. Zhao Heng stepped on the flames. His face flushed, as if he had used all his strength. Waste, I told you to practice more on weekdays, but you didn't listen. The voice said coldly. Don't call me waste. Zhao Heng was dissatisfied. Oh no. The voice suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Zhao Heng's heart jumped. He was afraid that the voice would say this. He looked back, and a crescent-shaped blood-red knife light was already floating towards his neck. The blood-red knife light crossed the sky, and arrived in the blink of an eye. Chapter 32. Differences between immortals and mortals. The speed of the sword light was much faster than Zhao Heng's. Don't panic. This is just an ordinary sword light. My Dan fire can easily resist it. The voice inside his body said. But to control the Dan fire to protect the body, you have to withdraw the fire control technique. Zhao Heng was still unwilling. Then you can't dodge this sword. You want to take it head on. The voice snorted coldly. Take it head on. Zhao Heng felt his neck getting cold. I usually tell you to practice more diligently. If you can do two things at the same time soon, you won't be so cramped. How could I know that in this small Pingan county, someone would force me to this point? Zhao Heng wanted to cry. He had escaped death, and got the immortal fate. Once he achieved success, and entered the ranks of immortals, his future road was bright and open. When he was full of ambition in life, why would he want to practice hard? It's too late to regret it now. The sword light is here. Quickly control the Dan fire. Zhao Heng hurriedly removed the green flame under his feet that was supporting him flying. The green flames immediately gathered in front of him and condensed into a flame shield. The flame shield seemed very thin, but the blood-red knife light slashed at it. Bang! The green flames splashed, and the blood-red knife light was sharp, trying to tear a hole in the green flame shield, but the green flame seemed very light. But it was extremely condensed, blocking the knife light tightly, and the green flames burned wildly. It eroded and burned the blood-red knife light. Puff! The knife light dissipated, revealing Zhao Heng's ugly face behind him with a look of relief. Blocked. He was happy. But his figure also fell to the ground. That green fire, so condensed. I can break the monster's body with one knife, but I can't cut his flame shield. Sudong was surprised. He just felt that there was something about the green flame. But everyone else had already seen it with an eye-opener. Everyone first saw Zhao Heng manipulate the green flame with great power, and mobilized clusters of fire snakes with one finger, which was terrifying. Then he easily controlled the green flame to fly in the air. Although it was a low altitude flight, it was still flying. Flying shocked ordinary people. Humans are not birds, so they don't have wings. Flying is something that can only be dreamed of in dreams, but immortal cultivators can do it. Zhao Heng flew by controlling the fire. Naturally, everyone was stunned. The methods of immortal cultivators are really extraordinary. County Master Bao Gangzi and others exclaimed that they were shocked by the flying by controlling the fire. Yan Zheng looked at it with longing. Immortal cultivation. Immortal cultivation. This is immortal cultivation. It is easy to mobilize the natural power of heaven and earth. It is easy to fly in the air. With a little achievement, you can prolong your life and live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Ordinary warriors died long ago, but immortal cultivators can still roam freely in the world. Immortal cultivators can't help but look down on warriors. Warriors look down on themselves. Compared with immortal cultivators, warriors are useless except for the simple entry level. In the same era of cultivation, immortal cultivators are still roaming the world. Warriors have already turned into a pile of yellow earth. How to compare? Time is unforgiving, and time is pressing there. The gap is too big, so the warriors themselves have deified the immortal cultivators. No matter how powerful a warrior is, he is just an ordinary person. No matter how weak an immortal cultivator is, he is also an immortal. There is a difference between immortals and mortals. Yan Zheng envied. Why does a down and out waste have the opportunity to cultivate immortals? I was born in a famous family. I also joined a big sect to cultivate, but just because my roots are slightly worse, the sect is unwilling to invest more resources in me, so I missed the chance to become an immortal. He was unwilling. He didn't even have a chance to become an immortal, but Zhao Heng actually had one. How could he not compare to Zhao Heng? Unwilling, really unwilling. They are both warriors. He can't compare to Sudang, and he can't beat Zhao Heng. The waste who got the chance to become an immortal cultivator. Yan Zheng has never been hit so hard since he was a child. That Zhao Heng got lucky and really became an immortal. Master Bao was shocked, angry and nervous when he saw the green fire at first, and then he was easily blocked by Sudang, and he felt relieved immediately. But my brother Sudang is more powerful, flying in the air. He was also shocked to see Zhao Heng flying with fire, but he didn't fly far before his brother Sudang's sword slashed over. He chopped down Zhao Heng who was flying with fire. Haha, this is a cultivator? He can't take my brother Sudang's sword. Master Bao laughed. Everyone looked at the young man standing with a sword in the yard, and they were also shocked by the blood red sword light. They were shocked by Sudang's spirit. Wearing a flying fish suit and holding a sword, even if he was facing a cultivator, what could it matter? Everyone thought Sudang was more powerful than a cultivator. Seeing the way those people looked at Sudang, Yan Zheng's face became even uglier. Everyone watched the excitement. Sudang was extremely calm. Although Zhao Heng is a cultivator, he is very weak, but we can't be careless. No matter how weak he is still a cultivator. Sudang didn't dare to be careless at all. This was a battle, and if he was careless, he might have to pay the price of death. Zhao Heng fell to the ground and looked at Sudang who was just a few feet away. Just looking at Sudang's eyes, he felt like a heavy weight was weighing on his heart. This Sudang is too scary. I'm no match for him. Why are you so anxious? If you think you are no match for him, he must think so too. If you are careless, you will have a chance. You should first give in to him and talk. I'm preparing to accumulate power for a big spell to deal with him, he said in a steady voice. Really? Zhao Heng's eyes lit up. This book has been updated recently in #@. He immediately thought about it. He looked at Sudang. Flying fish catcher Sudang, I have no grudges against you in the past. No hatred in the present. Oh, even if I wanted to harm your sweetheart Miss Meng before, but I didn't succeed. I will apologize to you and let this matter go. How about it? Zhao Heng said. After saying this, he also looked at Meng Xinjiang and the crowd and bowed to apologize. Everyone was in an uproar and everyone looked at Meng Xinjiang with strange eyes. Meng Xinjiang was stunned. Sweetheart? Sudang's sweetheart? Inexplicably, her calm state of mind trembled slightly. Sudang was stunned. Why did Zhao Heng suddenly say this? No. Sudang's eyes returned to coldness in an instant. Want to delay time deliberately? You're looking for death. Sudang shouted suddenly and swung the tooth-breaking knife in his hand fiercely. Blood shadow 3 cuts. Blood light. The knife came out, and the blood-colored knife light shot out like a blood-colored crescent moon, slashing straight towards Zhao Heng. Huh. You said you would start fighting? Zhao Heng was anxious. He was still thinking about delaying time. Waste, you can't even delay time. The voice in his body was also anxious. Blame me? Su Dong didn't give me a chance at all. Stop talking. Block the knife. Wow. Zhao Heng hurriedly raised the green flame to block it. Puff. After this block, his face changed again. This knife. Not good. Quickly increase your magic power. As soon as he blocked it, Zhao Heng and the existence in his body panicked. The knife light slashed over and landed on his green flame shield, almost tearing his flame shield apart. Bang, the knife light collided with the flame shield, and the flame shield was splashed with flames. This knife was at least 40% more powerful than the previous one. One knife knocked him unconscious. Zhao Heng tried his best to mobilize the magic power in his body. With both hands raised forward, the green flame surged wildly, and his entire face and neck turned red. Block it, you must block it. Crazy. I finally escaped from death, and finally got the chance to be an immortal. How can I die here? He didn't want to die. He had to use all his strength to block this knife. Bang. Finally, with a roar, the knife light dissipated, the green flame shield trembled, and there was a crescent-shaped wound that was almost penetrated in front of him, but it was blocked. I blocked it. Blocked it? Zhao Heng was excited. He's coming. A cold shout rang out in his body, and Zhao Heng shuddered. He looked up, and saw Su Dong, who had instantly appeared in front of him. He also saw the knife raised in the latter's hand. Chapter 33, Possession. Su Dong's face was cold. My super sense always covers Zhao Heng, and every movement and expression of his cannot escape my detection. The role of super sense in battle. The role is too great. Although it does not directly improve strength, it is more important than improving strength. Paying attention to every change in Zhao Heng's expression, Su Dong felt more and more strange. This Zhao Heng was extremely panicked at first, but then he calmed down. His magic skills were very unfamiliar, but he still responded properly. Moreover, he deliberately delayed time. What is he going to do? Accumulate power. He didn't accumulate power. Who is he delaying for? The more Su Dong observed, the more strange he felt. This Zhao Heng has a weird mind and a strong murderous heart. After he got the method of cultivating immortals, the first thing he did was to torture Master Bao, and tortured 3 servants to death. If he really succeeded in cultivating immortals, I'm afraid that countless mortals would die in his hands. Su Dong's heart was cold. Immortal cultivators are also human beings. There are also good and bad ones. Good immortal cultivators focus on merit and character. Cultivating Taoism also benefits the world. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is the right way. However, bad cultivators practice some evil methods. In order to practice, they can associate with demons and bring disaster to the people. They have killed countless people and have a lot of blood debts. They are extremely hateful. Demon cultivators are a disaster, and some even covet the country. In history, there have been times when demon cultivators and evil cultivators controlled the country. They openly killed the world, which is the real darkness. Therefore, this cultivator like Zhao Heng is destined to be a disaster. Since Su Dong has seen him, how can he let him go? He just killed him. Don't kill me. Zhao Heng looked at Su Dong in front of him with fear. Su Dong's eyes were cold, and he swung the knife in his hand, which was extremely fast, and with a bloody knife light. The blood shadow slashed 3 times. Blood light. It's over. I can't stop it. Zhao Heng's eyes showed despair. Well, I can't stop it. Zhao Heng, you definitely can't stop this knife, but I can. You give me the control of your body. I can kill it. The voice in his body was extremely calm, saying, this is the only way. Zhao Heng was stunned, feeling uneasy in his heart. Although he had flaws in his character, he was not really stupid. Hand over the body to someone else? I'll hand over my body to you, but what about my soul? He had been exposed to cultivation and understood a little. For a cultivator, the soul is the foundation. He had just started practicing, and his soul was too weak compared to the one in his body. His only advantage was his body. He had his own body. I'm your master, and you are my disciple. How could I harm you? The voice said solemnly. As long as you survive this catastrophe, I will naturally return your body to you. This body is not suitable for me. I still have to teach you Taoism." Zhao Heng was silent. He thought of everything that had happened during this period of time. He thought of the future that this person had planned for him. "If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. Master, I believe in you." He gritted his teeth. "Of course you have to believe me. Don't hesitate. Su Dong's knife is coming," the voice urged. Zhao Heng finally turned his head and glanced at Madame Li and the crowd in the distance. With just this one glance, he immediately closed his eyes. "Master, help me kill that young Master Bao." Then, his soul left the acupoint of his body. The moment he left, a soul 100 times stronger than his invaded into his acupoint and easily controlled his body. "Haha, it's so easy. I finally took over this body, but it's too weak." The voice was immediately extremely happy and satisfied. "Master, help me." Outside the acupoint, Zhao Heng's soul trembled and spoke. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a transparent green flame burned over. It easily burned his soul. Ah! The soul was burned, and it was in great pain. Zhao Heng was extremely desperate and hated. "I trusted you wrongly. Quack, trash." The voice snorted coldly. Puff. Zhao Heng's soul was burned into nothingness and completely disappeared from the world. Su Dong swung his sword and saw that Zhao Heng was panicked at first, then hesitant, and then as if he had made a decision, he turned his head away from him and looked at the crowd, and then closed your eyes. Su Dong couldn't understand Zhao Heng when he saw him. He didn't need to understand. "My swordsmanship is the strongest at close range. Close range to display bloody light is the strongest swordsmanship at the Wutang level. A sword with the power of the Wutang level and close range, in Su Dong's opinion, was enough to kill Zhao Heng." Wow. The sword light was like a blood-colored streak against the backdrop of the night. It looked beautiful and shocking and fell on Zhao Heng's head. Zhao Heng was about to die. A pale palm suddenly stretched out. Dang. The palm clenched and easily grasped Su Dong's sword light. Su Dong felt as if the sword had been cut on iron and stone. What? Su Dong was shocked. A sword at the Wutang level was just grasped like this? Exclamation mark. That hand. Yan Zheng was also dumbfounded. He didn't have the strength to use a sword at the Wutang level. But he was caught by a hand? Is this the true strength of a cultivator? Everyone saw it, saw the hand that easily blocked Su Dong's sword. They were all shocked. Zhao Heng waved his hand. This book has been updated recently in #@. Update. Su Dong only felt an unstoppable force coming from the sword in his hand, throwing him out directly. Wow. Su Dong drew his sword, and his figure turned a circle in the air, then landed, looked up, and looked at Zhao Heng in front of him in astonishment. At this moment, Zhao Heng was surrounded by green flames, and those flames were extremely well behaved, as if they had spirits, jumping in clusters and surrounding him. It's different from before. Su Dong easily noticed the difference. This green flame is more agile. Well, you have a martial arts level swordsmanship, and you are a member of the Imperial Court. I won't kill you, but I will make you suffer. Zhao Heng sneered. His voice was still the same, but his tone was completely different from before. He waved his hand. A burst of green flame swung out and fell straight towards Su Dong. Su Dong wanted to dodge, but the supersensory aura sent a sense. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape the green flames. Wow. The green flames fell and turned directly into a fireball, wrapping Su Dong up, and the outside world could not see inside. There was only burning green flames. Brother Su Dong. It's over. Captain Su is trapped. The demon fire is so terrible, he will definitely be burned to death. In an instant, everyone's face changed. Master Bao's eyes widened. His brother Su Dong was defeated. Trapped. Sinayang, let's get ready to leave. There is something strange about Zhao Heng. Uncle Meng protected Meng Sinayang behind him. What's wrong with Captain Su? Meng Sinayang said. Huh. He was stunned and looked at his niece strangely. Zhao Heng trapped Su Dong easily. This powerful gesture stunned everyone, including the county lord. Zhao Heng looked at them with disdain and cold eyes. Originally, except for the county lord and the two flying fish catchers, you will all die. But I'm in a good mood today. You go and prepare fine wine and delicious food for me, and serve me well, and no one will have any problems. Zhao Heng was bossy, and ordered as if he was the master of this place. Go quickly. After all, the county lord had a lot of experience. He knew that it would be difficult to end well today, so he waved his hand. This man was still afraid of the court, which was good news. The servants went to prepare the banquet. Well, not bad. No wonder he can be a county lord. He really knows the times. Zhao Heng nodded with satisfaction. The rest of the people are fine, and Madam Li will stay with me from now on. He pointed at Madam Li, who looked pale. Madam Li immediately shook her head in fear. You are worthy? Master Bao glared at Zhao Heng. Yes, I will forget you. If you don't speak, I will kill you now, to save you from the obsession. Zhao Heng pointed casually. A green flame shot out from his fingertips like a snake, and leaped through the void. Master Bao looked at the green fire snake in fear but stubbornly. He would never bow his head. But the flame did not fall on his head. Puff! A golden knife flashed. The green fire snake was split apart with one knife. Zhao Heng frowned. He turned his head and looked behind him. Master Bao also looked over in surprise, and everyone looked over. At a glance, they saw the torn flame ball there, and a figure emitting golden energy all over his body. Sudong's eyes flashed with a golden light, as cold as a knife, staring at Zhao Heng. Performance mode. Turn on. Chapter 34. Full strength sword. Looking at the arrogant Zhao Heng, Sudong's eyes flashed with golden light, and the surging golden energy surged in his meridians like a rushing river. The golden energy was released. This Zhao Heng is really weird. Sudong pursed his lips. He stared at the figure in front of him with the cold light in the corner of his eyes. He had to admit that he had underestimated Zhao Heng just now. Unexpectedly, the latter would suddenly burst out with such strength. Zhao Heng also looked over, and after his eyes lingered slightly on the golden energy around Sudong, he smiled. It's interesting that a small Pingan county can have such a powerful flying fish catcher. You are wronged here. He chuckled, and the eyes on his ugly cheeks did not care at all. It seemed that Sudong in front was not enough to be included in the ranks of opponents. But these words made Yan Zeng and the crowd feel uncomfortable. He is also a flying fish catcher, and comes from a famous family. In the past, I didn't take Sudong seriously. From now on, it will be different. Yan Zeng thought to himself, and his eyes swept across the faces of the people around him. Everyone was looking at Sudong in the field, so how could they see him? From now on, whenever Pingan County talks about the head of the flying fish catcher, they will mention Sudong instead of me. Fame is built by strength. Sudong's strength has built his fame, and he naturally can't compare. At this moment, Zhao Heng looked at Sudong with a confident look, as if he had the overall situation in hand, and smiled. You are quite strong, and you have achieved some success among warriors, but do you think you can deal with me like this? He smiled and shook his head slightly. What a joke. I'm an immortal. You are immortal, and you can't cross the difference between immortals and mortals. On his ugly cheeks, the smile was wanton, and his eyes looked around him, as if he was looking at a group of ants. Everyone was swept by his eyes, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Immortal cultivator. These 3 words alone are enough to shock mortals. Besides, the clusters of green flames rising and burning were chilling. After taking in the expressions of these people, Zhao Heng looked at Sudong with satisfaction. What I said before still counts. I won't kill you. I'll just let you suffer. You are extraordinary, and it's not easy to practice. Since you can break my fire method, leave now. He put his hands behind his back and ordered calmly. It seemed that he disdained to fight with Sudong. Brother Sudong. Master Bao looked at the figure and gritted his teeth. This Zhao Heng was too strong, and his brother Sudong was no match for him. There is a difference between immortals and mortals. This Zhao Heng was lucky enough to practice immortal methods. That's all. Master Bao pursed his lips. He took a step forward. This Zhao Heng wanted to kill him. He could die, but he didn't have to implicate his brother Sudong. But just as he took a step, a cold voice came from the front, which made his footsteps pause. What do you want to prove by saying so much nonsense? Do all immortal cultivators like to use their mouths to suppress others? Sudong's eyes were cold, and his eyes were as cold as knives, but calm. There was no fear or fear at all. Fear? He had already left that feeling on the Black Wind Mountain. A cultivator who could come down from that place wanted to scare him? Hearing this, the county lord and others were shocked, and their eyes lit up. They were all stunned by Zhao Heng's sudden domineering and tyrannical behavior. Now they were awakened by Su Dong's words. It's not that they are all timid, they are all frightened by the 3 words immortal cultivator. When Meng Si Niang heard this, a strange color flashed across her cheeks. This was the first time she felt the other side of the figure who often went to her clinic and sat quietly. This spirit was better than too many people. Zhao Heng's eyes turned cold. In those eyes, that seemed to have everything under control, there was a hint of coldness, and he looked at Su Dong gloomily. You warriors. Your life is really cheap. I didn't want to kill you, but you are so aggressive. Well, I will take your cheap life. He snorted coldly. Before the voice fell, the green flames around him had already rolled up. In the void, the emerald green flames condensed into the shape of a big snake, with dim flames, winding and circling. Fire snake. Is this the method of cultivators? Everyone looked at the huge fire snake, and they all showed fear. This method alone, they had only heard of it in legends. I'll give you another chance. Leave now and you can still survive. Choke. Su Dong's broken tooth knife was infused with true essence, and the surging golden energy surged. The knife was covered with a layer of golden blade light. The blade light was swallowed and spit out, with a terrible edge, and the ground was scratched with knife marks. Looking for death. Puff. Zhao Heng raised his right hand, pointed at Su Dong in the void. The winding fire snake quickly leaped out, with a terrible momentum, and rolled over. A bursting fire snake splashed out and splashed on a servant. Ah! The servant screamed, and the whole person was instantly burned to ashes by the green flames. Hiss. Get away quickly. It's terrible. Everyone's face turned pale and retreated. This immortal magic power. The power is too powerful. Can Su Dong block such a powerful spell? The moment the big snake rolled over, Su Dong's face was extremely cold, and his footsteps stomped heavily on the ground. Swish. His whole body shot out, and his right hand raised the knife. The golden blade light on the knife swallowed and spit, wrapping his body. At this moment, Su Dong's whole body turned into a golden longsword, and the golden longsword collided directly with the fire snake. This book was recently updated in #@. Update. Man and sword become one. Peng. As soon as they collided, the golden longsword sank into the mouth of the green fire snake, and the green flame vibrated, and the fire snake rolled. To be able to condense into such a fire snake, this flame must be very condensed. It rushed in, but did not come out again. You want to confront my magic head on, not to mention you are a warrior, even if you are a cultivator. Huh. Zhao Heng sneered, but then his face changed. Puff. On the back of the green fire snake, a little golden light suddenly appeared, and then, in his surprised face, the golden light quickly enlarged, spread, and then shattered. A knife light burst out from it. You also take my knife. Su Dong's face was cold, and he was united with the knife, moving forward without hesitation. He rushed straight towards Zhao Heng. He arrived in the blink of an eye. It's ridiculous. You can break my Taoist body with one knife. Zhao Heng sneered and clenched his hand forward. He had grasped Su Dong's knife before. Although I just took over this body, I'm also a Yuanying cultivator. I have all the realms of enlightenment, and can mobilize the power of heaven and earth at will. Even if there is only a trace of it, it is enough. Blocking Su Dong's knife. It's easy. This is the gap in realm. It just needs to consume my Yuanying essence. Originally, I really don't want to fight with this flying fish catcher. Zhao Heng's face was gloomy. He had his own difficulties. His current state was not suitable for fighting. Otherwise, do you really think he has a good temper? Fearing the court? A joke. A cultivator like him, in his heyday, killed an official of the court. He killed him just like that. A tiger in the plain is bullied by a dog. A small flying fish catcher warrior. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Let you see the gap between you and the immortal cultivator. Zhao Heng sneered, full of confidence, and grasped the tip of Su Dong's knife with one hand. Su Dong's face was cold. His eyes were like knives, and his edge was exposed. This knife was the strongest knife he put all his strength into. After all, he was facing an immortal cultivator. Just this one strike. All strength burst out. Performance mode. Bloodlight. Devil's Hand. 3 superpositions. Sudong's strongest strike in the past was the Bloodlight strike in performance mode. How powerful is this strike? Sudong had never tried it before. Now, add the Devil's right hand. He didn't use the power of his right hand just now. It's bursting out now. Just this one strike. Puff. The palm and the knife light clasp together. At the moment of clasping, Zhao Heng's face, which was originally full of confidence, suddenly showed a strong sense of horror. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Yuanying. The golden blade light was like a golden lightning, piercing into Zhao Heng's hand. This blade. He was shocked. How could this be the same level of blade as before? This is much more terrible than the previous one. I can't hold it. Puff. The blade pierced through Zhao Heng's palm. Blood was splattered. I can't block it. This blade is too strong. I just took over Zhao Heng's body and didn't train my physique well. He was stunned. If he was in his prime, he would certainly not be afraid of Sudong, but now he is still very weak and has just taken over this body. My understanding of the way of heaven is much higher than Sudong, but I don't have the power. To draw the power of heaven and earth consumes the essence of the nascent soul. No matter how weak my essence is. He shook his head immediately. I can't block it. Just one blade. I can't block 3 or 4 blades. This time I was careless, but Sudong's blade skills are really terrible. A young warrior who is so terrible must have received an extremely powerful opportunity inheritance. One force defeats 10 skills. Unstoppable. Knowing that he couldn't stop it, he might as well save some strength. It's just a pity for this body that I just took over. He sighed lightly, and his eyes calmly looked at the tip of the knife that had pierced through him. He also saw Sudong's eyes behind the tip of the knife. Sudong was extremely calm and indifferent until this moment. The two looked at each other. Puff. Sudong's knife easily pierced Zhao Heng's neck. The latter's eyes were wide open, and his body was like a deflated balloon. His breath instantly became weak, and the dark green flames around him beat violently, and clusters of green flames suddenly dissipated. Everyone in the distance saw the righteous and arrogant cultivator Zhao Heng showing his divine power. They all felt that no matter how powerful Sudong was, it would be difficult for him to defeat the cultivator. There is a difference between immortals and mortals, and the power of cultivators has long been deeply rooted in their hearts. Everyone was staring nervously. From the moment Sudong broke through the green snake, he saw a golden lightning flash in his hand. The speed was so fast that their mortal eyes could not see that it was a knife. The knife pierced Zhao Heng's neck. Sudong drew his knife, and Zhao Heng's body fell to the ground. Green flames scattered around him, and everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Heng's fallen body. Even Sudong was looking at the body. No one noticed that in the scattered green flames, there was a small green transparent man, only the size of a baby's palm, who was quickly controlling a cluster of green flames and flying out of the yard. When I chose Zhao Heng to take over his body, I also saw that he had a flawed character and could be controlled with a little temptation. I only planned to use him for a period of time. The spiritual resources I really stored were not lost at all. The green baby had a delicate face, but was extremely confident. It just takes some time to find another body. Zhao Heng's death did not hurt his foundation at all. As a Yuanying great cultivator, even if he was down and out, the wealth and resources on him were not something that ordinary people could imagine. He fled quietly, but suddenly, a blade-like perception swept through the cluster of flames he controlled. This Zhao Heng is so weird. Just died like this? Sudong himself felt that it was too easy for him to kill Zhao Heng with one knife. Even if it was unexpected, it was too easy. Carefully, the super sense spread out like a knife and swept every cluster of flames around. The super sense swept. Huh. That's on the flame? Sudong's face changed. The information fed back by the super sense was actually a little man. Yuanying. The legendary Yuanying. Not good. The delicate cheeks and facial features of the Yuanying on the flame changed drastically. Sniff. A golden lightning came in an instant. It was a long knife. The perception that detected this area before was this Sudan. The Yuanying's little face suddenly showed a terrible expression. At this moment, he was really panicked. I'm only a Yuanying body now, how can I withstand this knife? He is only a Yuanying. But the lightning-like knife light has arrived. Forget it, this Sudan ruined my Taoism. If he makes a comeback, I will kill his whole family and torture him to death. Yuanying said fiercely, gritted his teeth, waved his little hand, and green flames rolled out, rolling out a talisman paper. The talisman paper flashed with green flame patterns. Sudan chopped it with a knife. Bang! Flames splashed. A faint scream sounded. Then it returned to nothingness. Sudan chopped the talisman paper with a knife, and the talisman paper shattered, and an object fell out of thin air, and fell to the ground. Dead. Sudan put away his knife. Super Sense continued to sense the surroundings, but there was no abnormality. The green flames also dissipated. Really dead? I killed a Yuanying cultivator? Sudan was a little confused. Immortal cultivators also have different realms, from low to high, divided into 5 major realms: condensation, Dan, Yuanying, transformation, and Mahayana. Yuanying cultivators are great cultivators. Even in a country like Jin, how many Yuanying cultivators are there? He actually killed a Yuanying cultivator, although he only killed a Yuanying. But it was enough to confuse Sudan. In the end, he even threw out the storage talisman and used it as a talisman. Sudan smiled and leaned over to pick up the items on the ground. It was a storage bag. The storage bag was larger than the storage talisman, so many cultivators had the habit of storing the temporarily unused storage bags in the storage talisman. A storage talisman of a cultivator. This storage talisman looks luxurious. Sudan picked up the storage talisman and put it in the storage bag in his sleeve. Don't show your wealth. The others were far away, and it was night, so they couldn't see clearly, and in the end he chopped at a cluster of flames. They only saw sparks scattered. I also found the Yuanying with my super sense. Ordinary eyes can't see it. This book was recently updated in #at. Update. There is a difference between immortals and mortals. This sentence is not nonsense. After collecting the storage bag, Sudan walked back. Walking back, he saw the county lord and others looking at him with awe. Strength. No matter where you are, strength is the most powerful asset. In the past, Sudan was just a flying fish catcher in their hearts. The only thing worth mentioning was that he had killed monsters. It was different after today. Flying fish catcher Sudan had even killed immortal cultivators. It was different. The level was different. I'm afraid there are not many opponents for this Sudan in the entire Ningen County. Everyone present knew that the strongest in Ningen County was probably Sudan. Flying fish leader? That was an old man. Sect disciple. People like Yanzeng were not worth looking at all. Master Bayo looked at Sudan coming over, and he felt his eyes a little sore. He was ready to die just now. But now, Zhao Heng's body was lying there. It was all thanks to his brother Sudan. Master Bayo hurriedly came forward and looked at Sudan. Brother Sudan, thank you. This time, Zhao Heng was plotting against him like this. Without Sudan, he would have been tortured to death. Madame Li was also very excited. She was most afraid of falling into Zhao Heng's hands. It should be. Sudan smiled. Master, is the banquet still going to be held? A servant asked softly. Hold it immediately. Congratulate my brother Sudan for killing the immortal cultivator. The county lord said even Sudan was called a little brother, and he did not dare to be respectful. He was also fortunate. Immortal cultivator. There is actually an immortal cultivator coming to my house to cause trouble. Without this Sudan, Bayo would have died today. Captain Su's magical power is unparalleled, and immortal cultivators are not opponents. I admire him. Yanzeng rarely took the initiative to step forward and clasped his fists. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone was secretly shocked. The immortal cultivator was dead and was killed by the Captain Su in front of him with a knife. They only saw a golden lightning. Sudan smiled back. Yanzeng didn't care. Not much to say. Wait until everyone's attention was on Sudan. He was in a corner, with his hand extended from his sleeve. On that thick palm belonging to a warrior, a pale, almost transparent little man was looking up at him weakly. It was the nascent soul that was supposed to die and dissipate. See how glorious Sudang is. From today on, when people talk about flying fish catching, I'm afraid no one will mention you, Yan Zheng. You come from a famous family, but you are overshadowed by a wild warrior like him. Are you willing? He sneered, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Yan Zheng's face was calm, but there was obviously a fire that could not be concealed in his eyes that flashed with a faint cold light. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, how can you let me cultivate immortality? Yan Zheng said in a low voice, with a cold light flowing in his eyes. Sudang? It really made him feel a lot of pressure. If there is a chance, he must get rid of him, so as to calm the jealousy in his heart. Chapter 36, The Wealth of the Nascent Soul Cultivator. I won't go to this banquet. Sudang politely declined. Brother Sudang, you're not going? Master Bao was unwilling. My husband, Brother Sudang just had a fight with Zhao Heng. He should rest early. We shouldn't disturb him too much. Madam Li stepped forward and said. Sudang smiled and glanced at Madam Li. Yes, Brother Sudang really should have a good rest. I'll ask the servants to bring the wine and food in a while. Master Bao said hurriedly. Everyone dispersed, and Sudang returned to his own yard. As soon as he entered the room, Sudang's originally calm cheeks suddenly became abnormally red, and then his throat felt sweet, and a trace of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Sudang wiped the blood with his palm, and then a bitter smile appeared in his eyes. The immortal family's method is indeed strange and unusual. I tried to break it with my strength, but I still hurt my internal organs. It seemed that it was easy for him to kill Zhao Heng, but such a head-on confrontation was also very dangerous. If he didn't have many trump cards, Zhao Heng's fire-controlled technique would have killed him. I have to go back and recuperate for a while, Sudang said secretly. He was thinking. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Is Captain Su here? A crisp girl's voice came. Sudang adjusted his breath for a moment, turned around and opened the door. A pretty maid outside the door was looking at him carefully. Are you Miss Meng's maid? Sudang blinked and recognized the identity of the maid. He had been to the latter's clinic several times, so he naturally knew her. My doctor asked me to send this bottle of tonic pills, saying that Captain Su might be useful. The maid took out a small porcelain bottle from her arms and handed it to Sudang. Sudang was slightly surprised and reached out to take it. He wanted to ask Miss Meng more about why she thought he needed this pill, but the maid smiled at him, turned around and left. Sudang could only suppress his doubts, returned to the house, and sat down beside the bed. He opened the porcelain bottle in his hand, poured it into his palm, and a light yellow pill rolled out. Tonic pill? Sudang thought of Miss Meng's figure. His eyes were soft. He put the pill into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. When the pill entered his stomach, the medicinal effect turned into a warm current that spread to his internal organs. Sudang's internal organs, which had just been damaged by the shock, began to recover immediately. Sudang's eyes lit up, looking at the porcelain bottle in his hand. This medicine, he needed it too much. Could Miss Meng have noticed that I was injured? Or did she guess? He wondered. If it was just a guess, it was too accurate, but Sudang also admired it. Fourth lady's medical skills are really unparalleled in the world. Sudang's eyes softened when he thought of that figure. With this pill, Sudang adjusted his breathing slightly, and then he felt much more comfortable. The injuries were not serious. Then Sudang opened his eyes, put his left hand into the sleeve of his right hand, and took it out. There was already a storage bag. Looking at the storage bag in detail, there were gold threads drawn on it, and the gold threads gathered into a special pattern. This pattern looked like the emblem of some sect. That Yuanying cultivator should be considered a great cultivator even in the immortal sect. I don't know why he got into Zhao Heng's body and died in my hands. Sudang shook his head. He didn't care about the cultivators of any sect. Since he was a disaster, he had to die in a proper way. The storage bag of the Yuanying cultivator. I hope you won't let me down. Sudang chuckled, and then pulled the pocket of the storage bag with his palm, and the whole storage bag suddenly opened, revealing the space inside. As soon as it was opened, a strong aroma emanated. Even though Sudang had been prepared, his face was still stunned the moment he smelled the aroma. Then he looked into the bag with some disbelief. He saw a burst of colorful treasure light emanating, and spiritual essences, or fruits, or roots, or branches and leaves, and other spiritual essences of different shapes, quietly piled together. Ha! Sudong shouted excitedly. I've made a fortune. So many spiritual essences. And spiritual crystals. His eyes turned. There was nothing extra in this storage treasure bag. In addition to spiritual essences, there were spiritual crystals piled up like small mounds. At a glance, there were probably hundreds of spiritual crystals. Sudong suppressed his excitement and quickly counted the combat items this time. After a moment, the inventory was completed. On Sudong's face, under the excitement, there was also shock that could not be concealed. Rich, really rich. The reserves of a Yuan cultivator are really rich. There are a total of 36 spiritual essences and more than 500 spiritual crystals. Too rich. If this wealth were to be spread out, it would probably cause a shock to the entire Ningen County. After all, it was the accumulation of a Yuan cultivator. How could he not be rich? But this wealth has now fallen into Sudong's hands. Wealth in hand must be quickly transformed into strength. Sudong's eyes shone. His mind was extremely clear, and his past experiences had trained his state of mind to be extremely strong. This book was recently updated in update. With a strong state of mind, no matter whether it is great joy or great sorrow, you can remain rational, and only rationality can make every resource be spent effectively. Good steel should be used on the blade. What I have to do now is to use these spiritual essences and spiritual crystals effectively. I can't use the spiritual crystals. These spiritual essences. He is not a cultivator, so he can't directly absorb the spiritual power in the spiritual crystals, but he can use the spiritual essences. I use spiritual essence in two ways. One is to take it directly, to quickly improve my skills. Spiritual essence is what our warriors dream of. But there is a disadvantage to using it this way, that is the amount of use. The absorption of spiritual essence by the human body is like eating. There is a limit. Eating too quickly is a waste and has disadvantages. No matter how many good things you eat in a short period of time, if the body cannot absorb them, it is useless. You can't become a fat man in one breath. There is also a second way to use it, which is the App Store. From the last download of the Demon Transformation Space, the applications downloaded on the mobile phone in my Dantian are linked to my real body. Sudong clenched his right hand, and the powerful demon power surged. Even steel can be easily crushed. Practice also depends on talent. Smart people, they all give full play to their strengths. What are my talents and strengths? Of course, it is the mobile phone in the Dantian. I practice, and I have to give full play to the role of the mobile phone in my body. Sudong easily decided to spend this spiritual essence on the mobile phone in the Dantian as much as possible. This is his real reliance. With the App Store, a brand new door has been opened for me. I can't waste it. Sudong thought to himself. Although this App Store is a scam that cheats him of his spiritual essence. However, judging from the return, it is definitely worth the money. Do it as soon as you think of it. Sudong's mind was immersed in his Dantian. As his mind was immersed, the golden mobile phone immersed in the Dantian key came into view. As Sudong's mind entered, the screen lit up. App Store. Sudong's mind clicked the box icon on the screen. Please pay 10 units of spiritual essence to open the App Store. An interface popped up on the screen. Sudong took out 10 units of spiritual essence from his storage bag with his palm. I only have 36 spiritual essences, and it costs 10 to open the App Store. It's really a rip-off. Sudong muttered to himself. But he still took it out, and as soon as he took it out, it instantly sank into his palm. All of it flowed into the Dantian mobile phone along his palm. Payment completed. Open the App Store. Please download as many apps as you want. Another interface popped up. Sudong was stunned. This time was different from the last time. Last time, not only the time was specified, but also the number of apps to be downloaded. Is it because I paid more spiritual essence? Sudong blinked. Is this the treatment for paying players? However, this is a good thing. I didn't look carefully last time. Now I have to take a good look at this App Store. Sudong began to browse attentively. Chapter 37 out of memory. The screen in his hand entered the App Store interface. The interface was clean and tidy, without any classification, but there were several golden stars behind each app. The more stars there were, the better the app was. The most had 7 stars. Sudong swiped and saw the demon transformation space that he had downloaded. There were 5 stars behind the little demon icon. 5-star app, not bad. Sudong was relieved, proving that he was not wronged for spending the spiritual essence flower last time. And from his point of view as a user, this app was not bad either. It could strengthen his physique. Let's take a look at what 7-star apps are there first. Sudong thought to himself, looking at the apps, who would download the bad ones? Of course, filter the good ones. After filtering, there were 2 7-star apps. Heaven and Earth, 1 acre of field. Eternal Spacetime. These 2. The name sounds very domineering, a 7-star app, but it's a pity that I can't see the specific information without downloading it, and I downloaded it with 1 click. Sudong hesitated. Whether this app is good or not depends on its practicality. What if it's a good app that I can't use? Let's take a look. Sudong swiped to filter the apps with 5 to 6 stars. There were so many immediately. There were several pages. Teobeo World Preaching Live Room. Ancient Martial Arts Secret Book Library Divine Power Book GD World. There are so many applications. Sudong glanced at them, guessing their functions while looking at them, and some of them can be seen directly. The more he looked, the more he wanted to download them. Damn. These applications. There is no one that I don't want to download. Sudong understood. They are all good things, and they are needed. They are just tempting you to download. I need to calm down. I don't have much spiritual energy. Or, download a 7-star application? Sudong finally couldn't stand the temptation of the 7 stars. The name of this eternal time and space sounds domineering, so I'll download this. He decided. Click on the application. Pay 1 unit of spiritual energy. No matter how many stars the application in the App Store has, it costs 1 unit of spiritual energy to download, which is quite humane. Sudong took out a spiritual energy. Payment successful. Start downloading. Ding. Download failed. The file content is too large and the storage memory space is insufficient. Please expand the mobile phone memory space before downloading. An interface popped up on the screen. Sudong was stunned. Insufficient memory? Shit. Insufficient memory? He was told that the memory was insufficient? Exclamation mark. Where can I expand your memory? There is no memory card in this world. Wait, the download failed. Where is my spiritual essence? Sudong quickly clicked on the App Store and saw a download list option. He clicked on it, and the Eternal Spacetime application that he was about to download was at the top of the download list. Sudong was relieved. It's in the download list, which means that I can download it directly when the memory space is enough. This App Store will definitely not return his spiritual essence. Sudong looked ugly. Trouble, there is insufficient memory. This was a bolt from the blue for him. This problem was not something that spiritual essence could solve. Expand the memory? How can I expand it? My phone has mutated and sits in the Dantian. There must be a way. Sudong calmed down quickly. The way of heaven left a ray of hope. Since there was a hint of expanding the memory, there must be a way. But he had no idea about this method at the moment. He was destined not to be able to download the Eternal Spacetime now. This application was so large that he couldn't even put it in his memory. I should check how much memory I have left on my phone. Sudong's mind moved, but he didn't dare to exit the App Store, because if he exited and came back, he was afraid that he would need another 10 units of spiritual essence. No matter how much spiritual essence he would not waste it like this. It's also a 7-star app, but this Cheyenne Mushan is likely to occupy a lot of memory. Sudong hesitated for a moment and gave up the urge to download another 7-star app Cheyenne Mushan. Entering the App Store costs 10 spiritual essences, and downloading Eternal Time and Space consumes 1 spiritual essence. Sudong still has 25 spiritual essences left, so of course he has to spend them sparingly. Choose a 6-star app. Sudong was not in a hurry and screened them one by one, combining them with what he needed to improve his current strength. My strength improvement is to improve my physique, my true energy, and my swordsmanship. Any improvement in any of these 3 aspects will improve my strength. In terms of physique, there is a demon transformation space. It's swordsmanship and power. Power, you can use spiritual essence to accumulate. Both of these points require external forces and opportunities, which Sudong has neither of them for the time being. What I lack is swordsmanship. My swordsmanship at the level of Wutong can only deal with ordinary demon generals, such as rhino demon generals and monkey demon generals. It is not enough to deal with demon kings and immortal cultivators. Sudong thought. Find an application that can improve my swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. HMM. I wonder if there is anything in this ancient martial arts secret book library in the magic book. Sudong selected 2 applications. This book was recently updated in Update. Ancient martial arts secret book library and magic book. The names contain technical secrets. It sounds like the magic book is more powerful. But this magic book is 5 stars, while the ancient martial arts secret book library is 5.5 stars. There are 5.5 stars behind the ancient martial arts secret book library. Better than the magic book, half a star. As for the 6-star applications, it is impossible to directly determine that they are about technical secrets just by looking at the name. For example, the Killing Battlefield, the GD World, the Underground Abyss, the Dragon Island. These are all 6-star applications, but Sudong doesn't know what they are for just by looking at the name. Naturally, he didn't dare to download randomly. First, it would cost spiritual essence, and second, it would take up memory. If there was not enough memory, he would naturally use it sparingly. Just download this ancient martial arts secret book library. Most of the time, half a star is half a star. Sudong decided immediately. He took out a spiritual essence. He clicked with his mind. Download the ancient martial arts secret book library and pay 1 unit of spiritual essence successfully. Ding. Download successfully. Installing. Installation successful. Sudong looked at the app store again, and he liked the Teobeo World app. Teobeo. He also needed magic treasures and items. Now that you're all in, let's download this Teobeo World. It's just 1 spiritual essence. After deciding, Sudong controlled the click with his mind. He paid 1 spiritual essence and downloaded. Ding. Download failed. Insufficient memory space. Please expand the memory space before downloading. An interface popped up, and Sudong's face darkened. Damn. This Teobeo World file is also too big. No, this time there is no prompt that the file is large. Another spiritual essence is gone. He only had 23 spiritual essences left. Sudong's heart moved, and this time he decisively exited the app store. Another icon appeared on the screen, in the shape of a warehouse. Below it were written ancient martial arts secret book library in 5 fonts. Sudong took a look, and opened the smart manager of his phone first. Looking for storage space, I found it. Sudong found the storage space, clicked it, and a percentage number flashing red suddenly caught his eye. Storage memory is used by 96%. Running memory is used by 50%. Only 4% of storage memory is left. Sudong was shocked. According to his past understanding, this amount of memory is only used to store buffer files and the like, and there is no need to think about downloading applications. I only downloaded an application store, demon transformation space, and ancient martial arts secret book library. 3 applications, and this is all the memory left. Sudong curled his lips. Are these 3 applications so big? I can't download anything else in a short time, unless I uninstall another one. Forget it, let's take it 1 step at a time. Let's take a look at the ancient martial arts secret book library first. Sudong said to himself. Then he focused on the icon of the ancient martial arts secret book library, and clicked to enter. Buzz. Huge bookshelves appeared on the screen, with countless books, jades, crystal balls, etc. on them. A white-haired old man wearing a navy blue robe and holding a rag stood in front of the bookshelf, smiling kindly and amiably as he looked at Sudong. Welcome to the ancient martial arts secret book library. Here, as long as you have enough spiritual essence, you can buy any secret book. The old man spoke, looking surprisingly cute. Sudong suddenly felt his pocket tighten. Chapter 38, A Dream of Swords. Obviously, the secret books in this ancient martial arts secret book library are not free, and they also require spiritual essence. Spiritual essence, spiritual essence again. Fortunately, I still have 23 spiritual essences. Sudong muttered in his heart. With this amount of spiritual essence, which is still huge in his eyes, he still feels that he is a big shot. With such confidence, he looked at the white-haired old man on the screen. Is there any sword skills here? Sudong looked expectant. Sword skills? Of course there are. Here is a top sword skills of the ordinary level, which is most suitable for guests to practice. The white-haired old man smiled and nodded, and casually took out a jade ring from the bookshelf behind him. There was a small inscription inlaid with gold thread on the jade ring. It was Thunder Extreme Heaven Sword Dew. This is the Thunder Extreme Heavenly Sword technique. Ordinary people can practice it. It is easy to get started. The sword technique itself can absorb thunder for its own use. The stronger the thunder absorbed, the more powerful the sword technique is. When it is performed, thunder surges. It is a first-class top sword technique for ordinary people, and its power is comparable to supernatural powers. Of course, our store also comes with a congenital thunder. Customers can directly absorb and use it. The old man introduced earnestly. A sword technique that can absorb thunder? Sudongting's eyes lit up. The sword technique can also absorb thunder, which he dared not imagine in the past. It also comes with a congenital thunder. Legend has it that immortal cultivators control thunder and reduce fire. The controlled thunder is also classified into different categories. Among them, congenital thunder is considered a well-known thunder technique. I'm still an ordinary person, and I can also control it with sword techniques. Sudong never dared to think about it in the past. The thunder technique that immortal cultivators dream of is included in this ancient martial arts secret book library. Great, I want this sword technique. Sudong nodded with satisfaction. You have a good eye. You spent 300 spirit essences to buy this peerless top sword technique. It is absolutely worth it. The old man smiled even more and said. But Sudong was struck by lightning. He stared at the old man blankly. How much spirit essence? 300 spirit essences, sir. This is the top level sword technique of the mortal world, and our store also gives you a congenital thunderbolt, which is a good deal. Damn. Sudong's face turned black. 300 spirit essences for a sword technique? I only have 23 spirit essences. 320. The difference is too big. I can't afford it. Can I? This sword technique be cheaper? Sudong asked tentatively. If it is cheaper by 280 spirit essences, he can afford it. I'm sorry, all the secret books in our store are fixed prices, no bargaining, but since you really like it, our store can give you a Thunder Codex, which will be of great help to your sword technique practice. The old man said again. His words were full of temptation. But Sudong could only shake his head. Show me a cheaper sword technique. I don't have enough spiritual essence, he said directly. 300 spiritual essences, where can he get it? No problem. We also have cheap and powerful sword techniques here. This sword technique with more than 280 spiritual essences is very suitable for guests. The old man took out another jade ring. Sudong shook his head. Cheaper than this one with 200 spiritual essences. If I can't afford it with 20 spiritual essences, I'll leave. Sudong's face darkened. He was it. He thought that his 23 spiritual essences were already considered rich, and that the whole Ningen County was not as rich as him. Unexpectedly. Vision. My vision is still too narrow. Sudong sighed. 20 or so spiritual essences are nothing in this ancient martial arts secret book library. Hearing this, the old man was stunned, but then his smile did not fade, and he bowed to Sudong. I'm sorry, sir. My eyesight is not good. I didn't see what you need. We also have books with 20 spiritual essences. I recommend these 3. The old man turned around and took out 3 books with green covers. They were not jade rings. Sudong looked at them. From left to right, they were the 3 magic swords. The sword of the world and the sword of the dream. Can I take a look? Sudong asked tentatively. I'm sorry, customer. Our store doesn't support browsing. But I can explain to you roughly. Each of these 3 sword techniques has its own advantages and disadvantages. The fastest one is the 3 sword techniques of the devil, but it can easily affect your state of mind when you practice it, which is quite dangerous. The sword technique, that is equally powerful and safer to practice, is the sword technique of the world. It is easy to get started, but it becomes more difficult as you go on. It does not affect your state of mind. The last sword technique, the sword technique of the dream, is a fragment, and is not easy to practice. But its power is the most extraordinary among the 3. But I suggest that you give priority to the first 2. All 3 sword techniques only require 22 spiritual essences. The old man said. 22? Can it be cheaper? Sudong said as he examined the 3 sword techniques. The old man shook his head in embarrassment. Customer, it really can't be any cheaper. However, since it is your first time to shop in our store, we can give you a sharpening key as a gift. Sharpening key. Sudong was stunned. He had heard of whetstones, but what is this sharpening key? The customer is also an expert in using knives, so he naturally understands that a good knife must be sharp enough, and it is all sharpened bit by bit. As for this knife sharpening energy, the customer only needs to sharpen his favorite knife every day. Over time, the effect will be extraordinary, and after a long time, it can give birth to supernatural powers. The old man explained. It sounds like this knife sharpening energy is also extraordinary. 22 spiritual essences can buy a knife method. If you buy it at a loss, it is not worth it. But the knife method must be bought. Sudong looked at the 3 knife methods. Hesitating. The old man was silent, and did not interrupt. The 3 knives of the magic way are quick. There are also defects that affect the state of mind. I'm not in a hurry, and will not consider it. Sudong directly ruled out the 3 knives of the magic way. The endless knife and the dream knife. Can you tell me more about the dream knife? Sudong pointed to the dream knife. This knife method is a fragment. It is extremely difficult to get started, extremely difficult to perform, and difficult to follow up. However, it is extraordinary. The old man spoke. Briefly describe it again. Sudong's heart was immediately settled. It's this dream swallowing knife. I practice swordsmanship differently from others. I can ignore the difficulty. It's powerful. The old man said it's powerful. It's this dream swallowing knife. Sudong looked at the dream swallowing knife. This book was recently updated on #@ update. It's this dream swallowing knife. I'll buy it. Okay, please pay 22 spiritual essences. The old man didn't say much. Sudong took out 22 spiritual essences from the storage bag with his palm, and there was only 1 spiritual essence left in the storage bag. Swish. The spiritual essence entered Sudong's body. Payment successful. Customer, this is the swordsmanship you bought, and this is the Tai knife sharpening key that comes with it. A secret book and a green airflow as big as a basin appeared directly on the mobile phone screen. The green airflow fell into Sudong's Dantian. Do you need any other secret books? The old man asked with a smile as 22 spiritual essences appeared in his hand. Sudong glanced at him, holding the sword technique of Jingmengyudao. No more. Swish. He exited the ancient martial arts secret book library. Suddenly, the huge bookshelf fell into darkness. In the darkness, the old man's smile could not be seen, but a sneer suddenly sounded. TSK, poor guy. Sudong's Dantian mind looked at the secret book that appeared on the mobile phone screen. Jingmengyudao. This is the sword technique I spent a full 22 spiritual essences to exchange for. I hope it's worth it. Sudong's mind was focused on the secret book. Download. The mobile phone system immediately popped up the download interface. Download successful. Installing. Installed successfully. But suddenly, a small flying knife about 3 inches long suddenly emerged from the golden mobile phone screen and fell into his Dantian. It was motionless. Flying knife. Sudong was surprised. This Jingmengyudao. Is it a flying knife? But then, his face suddenly changed. Trying to control the flying knife with your mind. Why can't I move it? Sudong was stunned. He couldn't control this flying knife. Ding. The dream shocking knife is a knife that is the result of the concentration of will and mind. It can only be activated when the mind reaches the commanding level. A message popped up on the screen. The source of this message. Ancient Martial Arts Secret Manual Library. Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier? Sudong was immediately furious. Chapter 39, Rising Fame. Just now he had asked the old man to elaborate on the dream-shocking saber, but the old man avoided the main point and only said that it was difficult, but in the end, he also deliberately said that it was extraordinary in power. He saw that I was confident, that I was not afraid of the difficulty of practicing, and that I was going for the extraordinary sword technique. He must have also seen that my mind and spirit must not have reached any level of control. Control level? In the past, he only knew that there was this level in the division of martial arts skills, but the mind control level? Sudong had never heard of it. He saw it, but deliberately didn't say it, afraid that I wouldn't buy the dream-shocking saber? Really, there is no business without fraud. Sudong shook his head and fell into distress. Mind and spirit control level. How can I make my mind reach the control level? Asked the old man. Sudong's heart moved, but he shook his head in an instant. Ask him? I'm afraid he will just sell me a bunch of spiritual books and ask me to buy them. I don't have any spiritual essence now. I'll study it more. Maybe I can mobilize this flying knife. Sudong looked at the small golden flying knife in his Dantian with helplessness and hope in his eyes. Asking others without spiritual essence is not possible. But fortunately, from his feeling, this flying knife does contain extraordinary power. In this regard, the old man did not lie to him. Nothing is difficult for those who are determined. Putting aside the matter of the dream-startling knife for the time being, Sudong turned his attention to another harvest this time. Come and see this knife-sharpening energy. Sudong turned his eyes and looked at the green airflow in his Dantian. The green airflow was deep and condensed, like a thick green cloud, falling heavily in Sudong's Dantian. Sudong's mind moved, and the green gas obeyed his command very obediently. A part of it separated, and rose from Dantian, slid into his meridians, and flowed out along his arm. Puff! Sudong's right palm skin was numb, and a green gas suddenly drilled out. It was the green knife sharpening gas, floating in the palm of his hand. The green knife sharpening gas exuded a strong fragrance of plants and trees. Choke. Sudong pulled out the tooth-breaking knife with his left hand, and the slender blade emitted a cold light. Then Sudong slowly placed the long knife on the sharpening gas. Swish. The originally quiet green knife sharpening gas suddenly seemed to see prey, and all surged up, and strands of it were wrapped around the entire blade of the tooth-breaking knife. There was a sound like steam evaporating. This green knife sharpening gas was really sharpening the tooth-breaking knife. The blade of the tooth-breaking knife, under the polishing of the green knife sharpening gas, faintly emitted a little green light, and the green light flowed on the blade. Sudong watched carefully. As the green sharpening energy flowed, the broken tooth knife was also absorbing the essence of the green sharpening energy. This sharpening energy was obviously refined by human superb techniques. All of them were substances that could strengthen magic weapons. After about a cup of tea, the green sharpening energy was completely condensed. It separated from the broken tooth knife. Sharpening energy. Sharpen a little every day. It's a long job, and today's amount is enough. Sudong put away the sharpening energy. Holding the knife in his right hand, the slender blade was the same as before, without any difference. But if you look closely, you can indeed find a layer of faint green light under the snow-white blade. The green light is subtle, like a gossamer. After sharpening once or twice, the effect cannot be seen. When the time comes, it will naturally show its extraordinariness. Sudong was not in a hurry. Putting the broken tooth knife into the scabbard, Sudong glanced at the remaining spiritual essence and a pile of spiritual crystals in the storage bag. Keep the spirit crystals. They will be used in the future. Spirit essences. 36 of them. I wasted them all in one night. I only gained a useless sword technique in the so-called sharpening energy. Sudong shook his head. He couldn't tell whether it was a profit or a loss. I will take the remaining spirit essence directly, Sudong said secretly. But this place is definitely not suitable. After taking the spirit essence, the power will increase greatly in a short period of time. During this period, if someone disturbs you, you may go astray. Sudong is about to end his night of practice. Suddenly he remembered something. I killed Zhao Heng and that Yuan Ying, so there should be vengeful spirits. Sudong's heart moved, and he thought of the demon transformation space. His mind sank into his Dantian. He opened the screen of his mobile phone and entered the demon transformation space. Wow. A dark space emerged, and the little devil number 7 flapped his bat wings and looked at Sudang eagerly. Guest, please collect the vengeful souls as soon as possible and complete the transformation of the demon body, the little devil said. Sudang was stunned. Ding. Close the demon transformation space. Sudang opened his eyes. His eyes were full of solemnity and doubt. How can there be no resentful soul? Zhao Heng clearly died in my hands. That Yuan Ying, and so on. Could it be that when I killed Zhao Heng, his Yuanshan was already dead? So I didn't kill Zhao Heng at all. Yuanshan died first. Suddenly, a word popped up in Sudang's mind. Possession? Before Zhao Heng died, he must have been possessed by another body. Possession means that he died at the hands of the Yuan Ying cultivator. But I killed the Yuan Ying, and there is no resentful soul, and the Yuan Ying didn't die. Sudang's heart moved slightly. There is only this one explanation. This book was recently updated in #at. Update. He has no resentful soul. Letting him escape may be a bit troublesome. Immortal cultivators have really weird methods, but don't be afraid. If I can kill him once, I can kill him again. The situation of the immortal cultivator is not good. Sudang was indeed lucky that his last knife hit the Yuan Ying. One night passed. The county mansion returned to its former state, and everyone's face was no longer depressed. Yan Zheng left early. Sudang and Miss Meng said goodbye in front of the county mansion. He thanked her for the gift of medicine. It's time for me to go too. Sudang said goodbye to Master Bao. Brother Sudang, my father told me that if you have any problems in the future, let me know. We will never refuse if we can. Master Bao pulled Sudang and whispered. Sudang smiled and nodded. He left with 2 followers. In the county mansion, the county master was in the study. He was writing an official document. Sir Wang, in Pinggan County under my jurisdiction, there is a flying fish catcher. He is only 21 years old, but his martial arts are outstanding. His swordsmanship has reached the level of martial arts and can be compared to immortals. As a county magistrate, he naturally has the function of recruiting talents for the country. This Sir Wang is an old boss of his in the past. Brother Sudang is so young and so strong. The court will pay attention to him. If the court pays attention to him and recruits him to give him a reward, I will not be able to compare with him. The county lord knew very well that the court paid attention to the civil officials' education and management of the world, but now demons are rampant. The immortal cultivators are too transcendent and difficult to control. Therefore, the court pays more attention to warriors. They have issued a serious order to discover the martial arts talents that can be cultivated in the country. A genius who has mastered the martial arts level of martial arts at the age of 20 will definitely attract attention. He is so young, the court is definitely willing to cultivate him. If the court wants to cultivate, of course, it will cultivate young people with potential. Sudang, who is only 21 this year, is obviously very suitable. On the same day, the recommendation letter left Pinggan County, Ning'an County, and went straight to Jindu. On the same day, Yan Zheng got the news. In Yan's mansion, Yan Zheng's courtyard was forbidden to allow servants to approach, and he was the only one in the courtyard. The county lord recommended Sudang. I'm afraid that Sudang will be taken seriously by the court soon. If we want to get rid of him, we have to do it before the court issues a reward order. After the reward, if we kill a military officer that the court values, I'm afraid the court will open its eyes to investigate, he said, with a Yuan Ying in his body. Killing an official appointed by the court, as long as there is a clue, even a cultivator can't escape. Is what you said true? Sudang has more than 30 spiritual essences and hundreds of spiritual crystals in his hand. Yan Zheng's face was uncertain. When he heard the news, he was in a trance for a moment. What a huge fortune. So many spiritual essences. How long can he practice? Of course it's true. The Yuan Ying gritted his teeth. But how to get rid of him? Use poison? I'm not that stupid, Zhao Heng. I have to plan carefully. Yan Zheng planned. For that huge fortune, it's worth taking all the risks. After today, with the spread of some people, Sudang's record of defeating the immortal cultivator in the county mansion quickly spread throughout Pinggan County. Sudang, the low-key flying fish catcher in the past, suddenly became famous. Danki begs for recommendation and collection. For every 100 collections, Danki will add a new chapter. And so on. Danki will be exhausted. Chapter 40 Promotion. Sudong had no time to pay attention to the outside world. After returning to Yangji as Huang, he told his adoptive father Yangan about the general process of the trip to the county lord's mansion. When he heard the methods of the cultivator, Yangan stood up in shock, but in the end he heard that the cultivator died in Sudong's hands. Yangan was only shocked. He really knew how long Sudong had been practicing. In a blink of an eye, he can now deal with cultivators. Adoptive father, I will be in seclusion for a few days. If you have something to ask me these days, please put it aside for the time being. Sudong reminded. Okay. You just practice well. Yangan nodded and gave orders. The servants avoided Sudong's yard. Guards were also arranged to guard it. In the room, Sudong sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the storage bag with his hand, and took out the only remaining spiritual essence. A dark green spiritual essence, like a green leaf bud, appeared in Sudong's hand. The spiritual essence was slightly cool to the touch, and exuded a rich spiritual essence. Sudong took a deep breath and the fragrance entered his body, which was refreshing. Under the sunlight, it faintly emits a green treasure light. The spiritual essence that everyone dreams of. The spiritual essence has too many functions. Improving the power is only one aspect. It is said that there are also magical spiritual essences that can completely transform a person and become an immortal. Sudong carefully picked up the bud-shaped spiritual essence, and then without much hesitation, he stuffed it into his mouth. Start practicing the skills. This time, don't swallow the phone. Sudong was cautious. As soon as the spiritual essence entered his stomach, he began to practice the nameless skills to absorb the medicinal effects of the spiritual essence. But he thought too much. The phone in his Dantian was silent, and there was no sign of preparing to forcibly snatch his spiritual essence again. The spiritual essence entered the body and immediately turned into the surging essence of life in the world, which spread to Sudong's limbs and bones. Unlike the last time, when the true essence became a river, this time the medicinal power of the spiritual essence was completely released and spread to every part of Sudong's body. Of course, most of it was in the Dantian. Under the guidance of Sudong's technique, the surging spiritual essence began to transform into pure true ki at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then precipitated in his Dantian. The sea of ki was surging, like a milky white sea of clouds. A mobile phone emitting golden light suddenly landed in the center of the sea of clouds. The sea of clouds rolled, but the golden mobile phone was not affected by any waves. The surging medicinal power of the spiritual essence was transformed into true ki and stored in the sea of ki. The quality of this sea of clouds continued to rise. The sea of true ki gathered together. Because the size of the Dantian space was limited, it was naturally impossible to expand infinitely. A large amount of true ki was squeezed together, and the density gradually increased. Slowly, a milky white water droplet-shaped true essence suddenly appeared in this huge true ki. Although this drop of true essence was insignificant compared to the entire huge sea of true ki clouds, this was Sudong's Dantian. Sudong's mind was shrouded, so he could easily find the drop of water droplet-shaped true essence. He was immediately delighted. The true essence turns into liquid. After practicing for so many years, day and night, he finally saw the true energy liquefy at this moment. At the Wutang realm, the true essence turns into liquid, and the liquid gives birth to 3 flowers. The 3 flowers are the true essence spiritual flowers. But seeing that huge true energy ball, only a drop of liquid true essence was born. Sudong was also shocked. Such a large amount of true energy can be liquefied? The road of a warrior really cannot be continued without spiritual essence. Just rely on hard practice? I'm afraid that I will not achieve anything, even if I work myself to death. This spiritual essence can not only increase my power, but also nourish my meridians. It should be the characteristics of this spiritual essence. I have to experience it well. Don't waste it. At this moment, Sudong gathered his mind and tried to let every bit of the medicine work on himself. In this absorption and the growth of true essence, Sudong had a faint expectation and hope in his heart. Judging from this speed of improvement, it is just around the corner for his power to be improved to the Wutang level. Time passed in a blink of an eye. It has been half a month since Zhao Heng caused trouble in the county lord's mansion. In half a month, many legends in the county town were spreading among the people. They also spread to Yangjiazhuang. The villagers in Yangjiazhuang were all shocked that the usually friendly flying fish catcher Suda could be compared with the immortal cultivators. Of course, they were also surprised that Zhao Heng could have the chance to become an immortal. It was a pity that he died just after he got the chance to become an immortal. When Yang Yuxiu heard the gossip, her pretty face was proud and worried. Brother Sudang is so powerful that even the immortal cultivators are not afraid of him. Ordinary monsters must not be his opponents. She was afraid that Sudang would fight against the monsters and fall into their hands. There was another worry that there was news. It was said that Sudang had feelings for a woman in the county town. Brother Sudang, isn't it me that you like? Yang Yuxiu was very uneasy. The more rumors there were, the more uneasy she was, but she tried to convince herself that she was the right match for Sudang. Sudang had always been good to her and treated her like a real sister. It was because of this that she was even more uneasy. How can a sister be as real as a wife? Yang Yuxiu was very anxious. She didn't want to be a younger sister forever. The news spread. It spread throughout the entire county and naturally reached the ears of some small monsters. Flying fish catcher? Sudang? Can ordinary people kill immortals? The monsters carefully remembered this name. They have to be careful of the strong people of mankind. This book has been updated recently in Update. In the cave of the black-windowed monster in Black-Wind Mountain, the black-windowed monster has been in a bad mood recently. The maids who serve him on weekdays are also terrified. If they are not careful, they will be eaten directly. On Black-Wind Mountain, many maids have gone crazy, and many have committed suicide. One day, the black-windowed monster was watching a picture of flowers, birds and fish in the cave. The black wind around him automatically swirled and covered him. Just as he was watching with interest, the monkey demon general ran in carelessly and saw that both of his arms were intact. Obviously, he had eaten the spiritual essence and had grown another arm. My king, there is good news. He ran in and said excitedly. As the 4 great demon generals of Black-Wind Mountain, there are naturally not too many rules to constrain them. The old demon Black-Wind also took a fancy to the fighting power of the monkey demon general and attached great importance to him. Otherwise he would not have given him the spiritual essence to restore his body. What good news? The old demon Black-Wind asked casually without looking back. The monkey demon general's face was full of smiles. Didn't the king ask us to pay attention to the common masters in Pinggan County recently? There is news. Good news. The old demon Black-Wind was interested, and the black mist rolled. Look over. Oh. Tell me in detail. It's like this. It is rumored that a flying fish catcher appeared in Pinggan County recently. The flying fish catcher used to be very low-key. He killed a little key condensation demon and became a flying fish catcher. He was just an ordinary person and didn't attract attention. But just half a month ago, there was a demon cultivator causing trouble in the county mansion. It was Sudang who took action and killed the demon cultivator. The monkey demon general said excitedly. A common person killed a cultivator? The old demon Black-Wind was shocked. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. After hearing this, I inquired more and found out that this Fiu fish catcher is particularly good at knife skills, and his hometown is in Yangjiazhuang. The monkey demon has a deep memory. It will never forget the knife that night. Now it still feels pain in its arm when it thinks about it. Now even the black wind demon didn't think much. Good at knife skills, living in Yangjiazhuang, and a mortal can kill a cultivator? It must be him. He took my secret book. The black wind demon was furious. But then he regained his composure. No, a mortal genius suddenly appeared, and a mortal can kill a cultivator. How could the court let such a genius be just a Fiu fish catcher? It's hard to say. It's the trick. Is it to deal with me? Deliberately set a trap? The black wind demon is extremely cautious by nature. It is precisely because of this caution that he has survived to this day and can still cause trouble. But we can't be scared by him. A mortal, a cultivator? If he is an ordinary cultivator at the key condensation level, it is normal to kill him. The monkey demon general can be easily killed. He is stronger than the monkey demon general. I can't risk entering the county town, nor can I go to find him in person. What should I do? How can I force him out? It would be best if I could force him to return the secret book to me voluntarily. The old black-winged demon thought in his mind. But since he knew who had his secret book, he couldn't just let it go. Chapter 41 Rejected. On this day, in Pingan County, in Meng Si Nyang's clinic, Sudong sat in a corner of the clinic, watching Miss Meng treating patients and saving lives. Meng Si Nyang knew about it, and let him do what he wanted. Since the last time they met at the county lord's mansion, she seemed to have some idea of this flying fish catcher in her heart. In the clinic, there was a patient, followed by 6 well-dressed and strong guards, wearing round-necked brocade robes, with big bellies and fat heads and big ears. Miss Meng, is there any cure for my illness? As long as there is a way to save me, I will spend any amount of money. The rich man was named Jia Shen, and was nicknamed Jia Dafu by the county's market. He had no other hobbies on weekdays, but was extremely extravagant. He didn't ask for the best things, but the most expensive. It's easy to cure. I'll prescribe a prescription for you, and I guarantee that the medicine will cure the disease. Meng Si Nyang spoke, and the maid next to her took a pen and wrote down a prescription. Jia Dafu happily held the prescription and took a quick look at it. Dr. Meng is really a miracle doctor in Pingan County. He can cure my stubborn disease. How much is the consultation fee? 5 taels is enough. The maid next to him said. Just pay it when you get the medicine. But Jia Dafu looked unhappy when he heard it. 5 taels? That's too little. Too little. How can I take medicine that costs 5 taels of silver? Miss Meng and the maid smiled helplessly. So what do you mean? The maid asked. At least 100 taels. Jia Dafu took out a silver note from his pocket. Okay, then add 95 taels of silver to Master Jia, and you go. The maid took the prescription from Jia Dafu's hand and added a sum. Well, that's good. A prescription of 100 taels can cure the disease. Jia Dafu happily left with the prescription. Meng Si Nyang shook her head. Xiaoling, spread these 95 taels of silver to the villagers outside the city who have been ravaged by monsters. I know, don't worry, miss. The maid replied respectfully. The village is not like the city. Monsters don't dare to enter the city, but they dare to bully villagers. Some couples in some villages just gave birth to their children. The children were taken away by monsters. Even worse, the parents were killed by monsters as soon as the children were born. They became orphans at birth. Captain Su, have a cup of tea. In their free time, Meng Si Nyang sat next to Sudong, and the two chatted casually. Speaking of monsters hurting people, recently, many villages outside have rumors that they have seen monsters. These monsters are really determined to cause chaos. Sudong sighed lightly. Monsters can't be killed, but they can be scared. Just like the county town, ordinary monsters dare not come in, because there are formations in the county town. It's easy to get in, but it's hard to get out. Monsters. There are good monsters too. Meng Si Nyang said softly with a calm face. Yes, there are good monsters that don't hurt people. They absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to practice, but there are too few good monsters. Monsters themselves are transformed from animals. It is their nature to hurt and eat people. It is easy to change the country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. Sudong shook his head. Meng Si Nyang nodded slightly and said no more. The two drank tea. Sudong took out a paper bag from his arms. On the way here just now, I saw some roasted chestnuts. These chestnuts are very fragrant. You should try them. The paper bag was spread on the table, and the rich aroma of chestnut candy wafted. Meng Si Nyang's nose moved slightly, and a smile appeared on her cheeks. How do you know I like to eat chestnuts? Really? Do you like to eat roasted chestnuts? Then I will bring you some more often in the future. Sudong smiled. It's just that it's hard to peel. Xiaoling finds me annoying. Meng Si Nyang smiled. The maid next to her stuck out her tongue. I'll peel it for you. Sudong stretched out his hand to peel the chestnut skin. Put it in Meng Si Nyang's hand. This, how can I be so embarrassed? Meng Si Nyang's cheeks turned red. A man peeled chestnuts for her? What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm a martial artist, and it's easy to peel chestnuts. It's just a piece of cake. Sudong said with a smile. He turned his right hand's true energy, and the chestnut skin naturally popped and cracked. With Sudong's control of true energy, the chestnut inside could not be hurt. It was indeed very easy. Meng Xinayang hesitated, and finally couldn't stand the fragrance of the chestnut. She put the chestnut kernel in her hand into her mouth, and chewed it slowly, with a satisfied look on her pretty face. It's delicious. Whose chestnuts are these? It's delicious. I'll bring them to you next time. Sudong chuckled. The two of them, one peeling chestnuts and the other eating them, saw this scene from a distance by Uncle Meng, who came in. In the afternoon, Sudong left. Meng Xinayang smiled and hummed a little tune in her mouth, which showed that she was in a good mood. Uncle Meng came over. Xinayang, there are some things I don't know whether I should say or not. Uncle, just say what you want to say. The smile on Meng Xinayang's face has not faded yet. It was this smile that made Uncle Meng sigh in his heart. I can see that Sudong is interested in you, and I believe you can feel it too. Sudong is indeed a figure, but if he were more ordinary, it would be fine. But he is the captain of the flying fish catcher, specializing in killing monsters and eliminating demons. And he is very powerful at a young age. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Uncle Meng spoke earnestly. The smile on Meng Xinayang's face was suddenly choked. Uncle, what are you talking about? Captain Su just thanked me for saving him. After getting along for a long time, isn't it rare for people to fall in love with each other over time? Do you dare to say that you don't have the slightest affection for Sudong? Uncle Meng shook his head. Meng Xinayang stopped talking. Didn't she? You two are not suitable. After all, you are. Okay, when Sudong comes again, just kick him out. I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to rest. Meng Xinayang turned around and groped her way along the corridor, heading towards her room. This book has been recently updated on #at. Update. Uncle Meng looked at her leaving figure. His expression was also bleak. Don't blame Uncle. This is for your own good, and for Sudong's good. The next day, Sudong's figure appeared on the streets of the county town on time, with roasted chestnuts in his hand and a smile on his face. He walked to the door of the clinic. He saw Uncle Meng standing at the door at a glance. Good morning, Uncle Meng. Sudong greeted with a smile. Captain Su, are you here to see a doctor? Uncle Meng looked indifferent. Sudong was startled. He came every day, but never saw a doctor. If Captain Su doesn't want to see a patient, then please ask Captain Su to go back. The clinic is busy, and it's not easy to entertain Captain Su. Besides, Xinayang is a girl, and Captain Su is an official appointed by the court. It's not good to spread too much rumors. Uncle Meng said solemnly. Sudong was stunned, but his expression returned to normal in just a moment. Is this what Xinayang meant? He asked. Uncle Meng was about to speak when a calm and indifferent voice suddenly came from the clinic. It's my idea. Captain Su, please go back. Xinayang Meng's voice came. Sudong was startled. You mean? He was startled, and his face returned to normal in an instant. Okay, these fried chestnuts taste good. They were just fried this morning. Please give them to Miss Meng, Uncle Meng. Sudong chuckled. He handed the paper bag to Uncle Meng. He turned around and left, without delay or entanglement. Uncle Meng looked at his back and couldn't help but look up to Captain Fiu. He can take it or leave it. He is indeed a man of character. He turned around and entered the clinic, where Meng Xinayang was calmly checking the pulse of a patient. She looked calm, but her slightly shaking shoulders still revealed her uneasy inner world. Sudong walked all the way to the gate of the county town. His expression was a little lonely. Am I rejected? I was rejected before I even started. TSK. Maybe this is fate. If fate hasn't arrived, there's no need to force it. But if I say I'm not bitter in my heart, it's a lie. But suddenly, his waist shook. Sudong immediately regained his composure and looked down at his waist. A copper token was shaking slightly. On the back of the token was engraved a koi carp leaping out of the river. On the front, the words flying fish were engraved. Flying fish call? Something big happened? Sudong was shocked. He has been the head of the flying fish catcher for so long, but he has never been called once. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42, Flying Fish Leader. Only the chief of a county can issue a summons for the flying fish. How often does it take to issue one? Once it is issued, it means something big has happened. The head of the flying fish, once receiving the summons for the flying fish, must go to the flying fish yamen to gather within 1 day. If he fails to arrive within the deadline, his position as head of the flying fish will be cancelled, the flying fish order will be withdrawn, and all his official powers will be cancelled. Sudang still remembered the various restrictions when the court granted him an official position. He encountered the summons for the flying fish today. It was not good to slack off. Sudang did not go back to the manor, but rode a fast horse and rushed to the city of Ning'an County. In the afternoon of that day, the head of the flying fish, Sudang, arrived at the city of Ning'an County. The flying fish yamen in Ning'an County was located in the southeast corner of the southern city of Ning'an County. It was a very inconspicuous yamen, but the yamen covers a very large area, with a large martial arts training ground and a horseback archery field. Although it is called a yamen, it does not handle any civil matters. Only matters involving monsters are handled here. In the afternoon, the Fiayu yamen, which was usually quite deserted, was bustling today. The Fiayu captains, who were rarely seen in a county, were all wearing Fiayu uniforms here, but their weapons were different. Some were good at using knives, some were good at using swords, and some carried a long spear. There were 16 counties in Ning'an County, with more than 50 Fiayu captains in total. Almost all of them had special skills, and had killed monsters. Of course, their strengths varied. Sudang arrived on a fast horse. After getting off the horse, a yamen runner came to the Fiayu yamen to lead the horse. "Excuse me, which captain are you?" "Pingan County, Sudang." "Ah, it's Captain Su. I'll let you ride the horse. Please come in." The yamen runner was surprised when he heard it. "Thank you." Sudang nodded and walked quickly into the yamen. "Captain Su is thanking me?" The yamen runner's face was full of excitement. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. When you are famous, people will naturally feel that you are unattainable. In fact, Sudang is of course very easygoing. He is much more easygoing than Captain Yanzeng and Captain Zhang. The yamen runner led the horse away. There were more than 50 flying fish captains, distributed in 16 counties. They usually had no interactions with each other. In such occasions, they gathered in groups of 3 or 2, and all were organized by county. Brother Sudang. As soon as Sudang stepped into the courtyard of the county government, he heard a call. He looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Wang Lang in the crowd. His shouting attracted many eyes, and everyone had a thoughtful look in their eyes. "Sudang, this name has spread throughout the county in recent days, and I'm afraid it has spread to other counties. Is he Sudang? He's so young. Can he be compared with a cultivator? I don't know what level of cultivator he is. It is said that he is just a cultivator who has just obtained a chance to become an immortal, and knows some small magic." There was a lot of discussion. Of course, they all talked in a low voice. After all, they were both flying fish captains, and it would be bad to make enemies casually. "Brother Wang." Sudang and Wang Lang gathered together. "I just received a call and rushed over from the county town, but I'm not as fast as you, Brother Wang." Sudang chuckled. "I was in Wendang town when I received the call, which is closer to the county town. I dare not neglect it, and came here immediately." Wang Lang looked solemn. The Fiayu call was very important. "Since I became the head of the Fiayu catcher, I have encountered a Fiayu call once, which was to assist the army in killing monsters. This time, I don't know what it is. I haven't encountered it before." Sudang chuckled. His face was much more relaxed than Wang Lang's. Wang Lang sighed in his heart when he saw the relaxation on Sudang's young face. In the past, he just thought that Sudang was stronger than them, but he didn't expect that he was so strong that he could kill a cultivator. He also heard about the county lord's mansion. According to the servants of the county lord's mansion, the cultivator's methods were extraordinary. Although other flying fish catchers kill monsters, they are somewhat afraid of some big monsters. Ordinary flying fish catchers would die if they saw a big monster. Unless they are extremely powerful, they don't care about big monsters. Wang Lang certainly didn't have that kind of strength. Without strength, he would be afraid of things. With strength, of course, his mood would be different. Brother Su. Brother Wang. Suddenly, a greeting came. Su Dong and Wang Lang turned their heads and saw Yan Zheng, who was tall and straight, with a proud face, wearing a long sword on his waist, and walking with a smile. His smile made Su Dong and Wang Lang look at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. When did this Yan catcher in their county take the initiative to greet them? Brother Su, Brother Wang, we are from the same county. We should take care of each other when something happens. Yan Zheng stepped forward and said. Of course. Su Dong chuckled. No problem. Wang Lang also nodded. Yan Zheng had a friendly and warm smile on his face, changing his usual arrogant look. Talk for a while. Someone looked at Yan Zheng from a distance, and Yan Zheng smiled. I'm a fellow apprentice of mine. I'm sorry to leave you for a moment. Yan Zheng said to Su Dong in Wang language. Then he walked towards the man. Wang Lang snorted after he walked away. Fake. True or false? Brother Su Dong, you know what Yan Zheng was like in the past. He suddenly changed his nature. He must have some plan. Of course, this plan is not for me, Wang. I think it is probably for you. You should be careful. This Yan Feng will do anything to get promoted, or for other things. Feng was a nickname Wang Lang gave Yan Zheng for always rushing to the front for an official position, just like a vanguard in a war. This book was recently updated in #at. Update. For me? Su Dong blinked. Of course it's for you. There are rumors now that you have the greatest hope of becoming the next leader of the flying fish, because you are the strongest and the youngest. Wang Lang whispered. I haven't thought about it. Su Dong shook his head. Think about it, Chief Fiu. He is a 7th rank official of the court. With your strength and potential, you can cultivate to this level without a sect. The court will definitely focus on training us. For an 8th rank official like us, let alone the 7th rank and above, there are spiritual essences issued every year. Spiritual essence? Su Dong's mind was moved. Of course, he would not have too much of such a good thing as spiritual essence. As for Yan Zheng, Su Dong did not take those petty tricks to heart. In the distance, Yan Zheng was talking with the junior brother. Quietly, the junior brother handed a paper bag to Yan Zheng. Brother, this is a bag of crane demon powder that you sent me a message for. It is highly toxic. Ordinary monsters will die if they take it. Of course, taking a small amount will also be painful. The junior brother whispered. In order to make this crane demon powder, I asked Uncle Niu a lot. Don't worry, brother will not treat you badly. This is 2,000 taels of silver notes. You can use it to buy wine with your brothers. Yan Zheng took out a rolled up silver note and handed it over. The junior brother smiled suddenly. Brother Yan is still good to our junior brothers. By the way, brother, what kind of monster do you want to torture with this crane demon powder? A pig monster. Yan Zheng chuckled. His eyes inadvertently glanced at Su Dong, who was talking to Wang Lang in the distance. Crane demon powder is notoriously poisonous in Hanan sect. Warriors with martial arts skills will die once they take it. Some small monsters will also die if they take it. You should have mastered the method of controlling objects I taught you. With your current skills, as long as you are within a range of 10 feet, you can easily control this crane demon powder to turn into poisonous mist and send it into Su Dong's body. Yan Zheng's Yuanying said. Yan Zheng listened, and his smile became even bigger. Immortal magic is magical. This method of controlling objects in the air is something he dared not think of in the past. But you have to be careful. Su Dong is very weird. I don't know what inheritance he got. He is so powerful. Don't worry, I'm not Zhao Heng. Yan Zheng sneered. About half a quarter of an hour had passed, and the courtyard was quiet. A large number of Yamen runners walked quickly in the corridor. In the middle of the Yamen runners, there was a flying fish catcher with a robe inlaid with gold threads. His hair was grey, but his face was extremely resolute. Your subordinates greet the leader. Su Dong and many other flying fish catchers saluted together. That was the leader of the flying fish in Fiyu County, the leader of more than 50 flying fish catchers, Zhuge Bilang. Chapter 43, Village Massacre. Sudong looked up at the flying fish leader, an old man with a somewhat elegant face and a thin figure. This was the leader of the flying fish captains in Ning'an County. Among these flying fish captains, Zhuge Bilang had great prestige. This was the second time Sudong had met this leader. The first time was when he was appointed as the flying fish captain. Your Excellency, all the 53 flying fish captains from the 16 counties in the county are here, except for Captain Cheng Zizhang. After counting the number of people, the flying fish captains in the county came forward to report. Many of the many captains looked back, and they seemed to be wondering who this Captain Cheng Zizhang was, and how he dared not come despite the flying fish summons. Who is this Cheng Zizhang? Wang Lang whispered beside him. I haven't heard of him. Sudong looked calm. Yeah. Zhuge Bilang looked around at the many flying fish captains. His face was gloomy and low, and after looking around at everyone, he slowly spoke. There is only one reason why I summoned you here today. Yesterday, a monster appeared in the county and caused trouble in Shigao village, Kunz County. It slaughtered the whole village. All the villagers were killed or injured. The county governor was alarmed, so I summoned you. What? Monsters slaughtered the village? Everyone was shocked. These damn monsters. Wang Lang was furious. Indeed, they deserved to die. Sudong's face was also ugly. As long as these monsters cause trouble, ordinary people will not have a good day. Captain Cheng Zizhang, whom you heard about earlier, is not late today. He is one of the flying fish captains in Kunz County. When the monsters slaughtered the village, in order to save people, he fought with the monsters. Captain Cheng Zizhang had outstanding skills and superb swordsmanship, killing many monsters. In the end, in order to cover his companions' escape and stop the monsters from chasing, he pierced the monster's throat with a sword, but his heart was also crushed by the monster's claws. Zhuge Bilang's face was ugly, but his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Captain Cheng is loyal and courageous. The county magistrate specially awarded him the title of hero and rewarded him with 100 taels of gold. This is a posthumous event. The expressions of the many flying fish captains below were different. Some admired him, while others showed disdain. What's the use of the reward if the people are dead? But Sudong admired the Captain Cheng Zizhang in his heart. In the face of monsters, someone has to stand up, from the Imperial Army to the heroes and righteous men. If they don't stand up to fight the monsters, will they let their wives and children at home fight? Ridiculous. When fighting monsters, you can't be timid or retreat. If everyone is afraid and retreats, then one day, there will be no place to retreat, and the world will become the world of monsters, and humans will only become food for the wise. Of course, this is his personal idea, and cannot be imposed on others. So Sudong didn't care about the comments of the people around him. He was silent, but there was a cold light in his eyes. It was a boiling and uncontrollable murderous aura. Zhuge Bilang's eyes swept over the many flying fish captives. Some of them looked surprised, some looked ugly, and some looked like they had nothing to do with it. Flying fish captives also eat the emperor's food and enjoy the treatment of court officials, but the quality of selection varies. Some people are simply going for the official position and power. They are unwilling to fight for the people and monsters. Zhuge Bilang did not force it, but his eyes paused and stayed on a figure in the crowd. Such a strong murderous aura. Zhuge Bilang was shocked by the murderous aura in the figure's eyes. I remember him. It's Sudong from Ping'an County. Zhuge Bilang's eyes showed a touch of admiration. He is young, but his talent is not low, and he is worth cultivating. A man walked out of the crowd, his face pale, his fists clenched under his wrist guards, and blood was faintly seeping out. I'm the companion of Captive Cheng. At that time, Captive Cheng blocked the monster alone to protect me. He said. Many eyes looked over. I know him. His name is Wu Cheng. He's a good demon killer. Wang Lang whispered, his voice reaching Sudong's ears. Sudong looked at the Captain Wu Cheng, whose burly body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were red. Yesterday, Captain Cheng and I received a report from the county. It said that there was a demon in Shigao village, so we went there to get rid of it. But we didn't expect that when we arrived in Shigao village, there were many more demons than we imagined. At that time, almost all the villagers in Shigao village were killed. The bodies were transported away one by one, but the heads were piled up in the village, one pile of men, and one pile of women. In the middle, there was a child kneeling there to worship. Wu Cheng's voice was trembling. What a tragic scene it was. Everyone changed color. It's worship. When we worship our ancestors and gods, we use pig heads, sheep heads, and cow heads. For demons, we use human heads. Wang Lang's face was extremely ugly. Su Dong clenched his fists. He was furious. Using a village of humans for worship? Treating humans like livestock. This is a monster. And also transporting the corpses as food. Captain Cheng and I were shocked when we saw this scene. I saw so many monsters and wanted to retreat and ask for help, but at this time, those inhuman monsters wanted to attack the only child left who was still kneeling, and Captain Cheng rushed out at that time. I tried to stop him, but failed. He said that a real man should do what he should do, and not what he should not do. Let him watch a child die. He can't do it. Tears welled up in Wu Cheng's eyes. As Wu Cheng spoke, tears fell. So, a big battle broke out. Captain Cheng was an outstanding martial artist. He rescued the child from the hands of the monsters and brought him to me. He asked me to take the child away and he would cover the rear. A village, thousands of lives, except for a child, all died. Captain Cheng is also dead. I took the child back to the county and reported to the court as soon as possible. Wow. The crowd suddenly dispersed. A Yaman runner led a little boy who was only waist high. This book has been recently updated on #@. Update. The little boy had a dull look in his eyes, staring ahead, mumbling, "Long live the Black Wind King. Long live the Black Wind King." Everyone was terrified. Black Wind Old Monster? Su Dong's eyes turned red in an instant. It was the Black Wind Old Monster. He had been thinking about it day and night and wanted to kill the Black Wind Old Monster. The child was kneeling and shouting this sentence. Wu Cheng, the head of the police, shook his head. Everyone looked at the child with emotion, some pitiful, some chose to ignore it. Some shook their heads and thought he was lucky. Those who can survive. According to the monsters in the Black Wind Mountain, they are worshipping the dead monster generals as revenge. Zhuge Bilang said in a low voice, "I have received an order from the court. In the near future, the Northwest Army stationed in the Northwest will come to exterminate the monsters. We will cooperate with the army to exterminate the monsters, and we must evacuate the villagers of the villages around Han River as soon as possible. You will rest in the government office tonight and set off tomorrow. The Northwest Army is coming to exterminate the monsters? It seems that the court is going to take ruthless measures against Black Wind Mountain this time. They actually asked us to evacuate. That is where monsters are rampant. It must be very dangerous." Many flying fish catchers looked reluctant, but they also received salaries from the court, so they naturally dared not disobey orders. In the crowd, Wang Lang's eyes were excited. "Okay. As long as I meet those damn monsters, I must kill them happily. When it comes to killing monsters, he is the craziest. Brother Su Dong, you and I, Wang Lang looked up. When he looked up, he saw Su Dong staring blankly at the front. Wang Lang followed the latter's gaze and saw the dull-looking child. It's me. Su Dong felt extremely guilty. The revenge of Black Wind Mountain is coming for him. It is revenge for him. He is the one who killed the whole village of Shigao. Many police officers dispersed. Pinggan County Su, please stay, Zhuge Bilang suddenly said. Those police officers who were about to leave looked at Su Dong. Su Dong was also startled and then took a step forward. He walked in front of Zhuge Bilang. "Pinggan County Su Dong, I greet you, sir." He saluted. Chapter 44, A-grade genius. The leader doesn't call anyone but Su Dong brother? Wang Lang smiled. He also glanced at Yan Zheng, who also looked a little strange in the crowd. Yan Zheng only glanced at Su Dong and turned away. Let him be proud for a few more days. Yan Zheng turned and left, not even paying attention to his junior brother. The other flying fish leaders looked at him sideways. It was obvious that the leader favored Su Dong. It's different after killing a cultivator. This kind of thing can't be done by jealousy. If you have the ability, you can also kill a cultivator. There is no stupid cultivator who has just got the chance to be immortal and sent to me to kill. There are envy and jealousy, which is human nature. Come with me. Flying fish leader Zhuge Bilang had a calm face. Yes. Sudong was confused, but he followed. The two walked into the hall, and there was no outsider around them. I remember that the last time I saw you, you were just a little guy who had just killed a river monster with great difficulty. Now, you can fight against immortal cultivators. Zhuge Bilang smiled and looked at Sudong with admiration. Without outsiders, the leader of the flying fish was very friendly. Did you have any adventures? Zhuge Bilang asked with a smile. Sudong also nodded. Yes, there were some adventures. However, the rumors are also exaggerated. It is very difficult for a warrior to practice, and the skill is also linked to the years. How can the skill increase without any adventure? Unless it is a monster. On the road of practice, one's own efforts are important, and chance and adventure are also important. What level of strength are you at now? Zhuge Bilang asked again. My strength is at the level of Wutong, but my skill is still a little lacking. Sudong said confidently. Zhuge Bilang's smile became even bigger. It seems that the higher-ups have made a good estimate. You do have the first-class qualifications, and are worth cultivating. The higher-ups. Sudong was puzzled. Zhuge Bilang looked at him with a smile. Of course it is the court. In the eyes of the court, warriors are very important. Those who are talented and qualified must be cultivated. This is all clearly stipulated by the system. For us warriors, the court will divide the potential qualifications of warriors into 4 levels. Heaven, Earth, R&B. For example, you are just over 20 years old. You have the ability to command the army, so you naturally have the A-level qualification. The court selects and trains talents. That is the real 1 in a million. Without real outstanding talents and adventures, you can't be included in the court's training list. Sudong mastered the martial arts level of swordsmanship at the age of 20, so he was naturally included in the ranks of talents that can be trained. Of course, the court's way of absorbing talents is still very backward. Unless you have made great contributions to the court. Otherwise, why would the court notice you? Of course, you need someone to recommend you. Although the county lord of Pingan County is just a small county lord, he has been in the officialdom for many years and has some connections. Sudong himself is indeed qualified. As soon as he recommended him, the court immediately noticed him. The head of the flying fish catcher, listed as a first-class talent for training. Sudong knew nothing about these things in the past, but now he heard about them, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Why, do you think the A-level ranks are too low? Zhuge Bilang smiled. There are 4 levels of heaven and earth, R&B, and the A-level can only be ranked in the 3rd rank. No. Sudong shook his head. Haha, it's not too low. Do you know how many warriors there are in Jin Dynasty? There are countless warriors. Countless warriors are recommended to the court, and there are hundreds of them seen every day. Those who can be recommended are all geniuses, but what is the difference? It's just a chance encounter. Zhuge Bilang sighed. In this world, the strongest are cultivators, but the most numerous are warriors. Sudong nodded. There are many warriors. There are too many of them, and if you want to catch the eyes of the court, you must stand out and stand out. Like you, in your 20s, your strength is at the Wutong level, but your skill is not at the Wutong level. This is a genius. In the eyes of the court, skill can be improved with spiritual essence, which is nothing at all. They just look at the skills of our warriors. You like to use a knife, so your knife skills are at the Wutong level, right? Zhuge Bilang looked at the long knife on Sudong's waist. Yes. Sudong nodded. Well, it's already very good. But I have seen stronger ones. They like to use swords. Their skills are not at the Wutong level, but their sword skills can be improved to the Wuzhen level. That's really strong. What? Sudong was also surprised. Simply improve the swordsmanship to the Wuzhen level? If the skill is improved, what kind of strength will it be? The court does not value skill. Unless you are 20 years old, your skill is improved to the Wuzhen level. Wuzhen. A warrior is called a master. Reaching this level can be considered to be able to compete with the immortal cultivators and many great demons. Below Wuzhen, everyone is a Wu mortal. Don't be surprised, that's just what I've seen. There are stronger ones that I haven't seen, but they are all legends. The court cultivates such geniuses in secret. Once they are cultivated, they are the real pillars of the country for an era. Zhuge Bilang laughed. Does the court value warriors so much? I used to think that the court only valued immortal cultivators. Sudong said to himself. Yes, immortal cultivators are different. No matter how powerful we warriors are, we can only live for 300 years at most, by relying on the spiritual essence that increases lifespan. It's the limit. Zhuge Bilang sighed. Warriors are afraid of aging. In the blink of an eye, he is also old. He doesn't have the spiritual essence that increases lifespan. This book has been updated recently in update. The spiritual essence that increases lifespan is also limited, and it is impossible to increase it indefinitely. Warriors can only live for a maximum of 300 years with their spirit essence. This is a limit. It is impossible to exceed this limit. Cultivators are different. Ordinary cultivators in the condensation stage have a lifespan of more than 150 years. With a little achievement, Dantian will form a pill. That means a lifespan of 300 years. After the Dantian formation breakthrough, they can become nascent soul cultivators, and their lifespan can reach 500 years. It is difficult for nascent soul to die if it is indestructible, and they can also take over other bodies and enter nirvana. There are many ways to prolong life. Going up, the lifespan of the transformation god cultivator is 1,000 years. There are also stronger Mahayana monsters, who have countless methods and their lifespans are probably more than 10,000 years. This is the first time Sudong has heard the lifespan of each level of cultivators. There is a difference between immortals and mortals. Time has too much care for cultivators, but no mercy for warriors. So warriors bow their heads in front of cultivators. Because in the past 100 years, they are still alive and well, but you died long ago. Moreover, cultivators are free from illness and disaster, which is another big difference from warriors. The world loves cultivators. But it is even harder to become an immortal cultivator. There are so many warriors in the world, but how many immortal cultivators are there? There are too few immortal cultivators, and they are too noble. Naturally, they can live longer, so they cherish their lives more. It is difficult to invite them to deal with monsters. Because monsters also practice, and some are powerful. Many immortal cultivators died in the hands of monsters. For example, why has this old black-winged monster been causing trouble for so long? In addition to this monster king, there are many monsters in the Taizhou Mountains. They don't come out easily. Didn't the court invite immortal cultivators to eliminate the monsters? Yes, they did. They spent a lot of money to invite immortal cultivators at the nascent soul level to eliminate the monsters. But the immortal cultivator was very cautious, fearing that he would be tricked by the monsters, and did not dare to go deep into the Taizhou Mountains. So naturally nothing happened. After that, the old black wind monster became more rampant. But what can we do? Zhuge Bilang shook his head. There is no way. This world is the world of humans and monsters. Who makes mortals not as good as monsters? Sudong's heart trembled when he heard it. Yes, this is the way of heaven. People are not as good as monsters. Sudong, to be honest, you are still young, and you are different from me. When I was young, the old demon Black Wind was alive. He was even more rampant at that time, and he would slaughter people at any time. But what can I do? I once determined to kill demons, but there are endless demons. He shook his head. However, you are stronger than me. You are stronger than me now. You have the ability, and I just want to ask you to kill more big demons within your ability and benefit the people of this county city. This is not the order of Chief Fiu. It is a request as an Ingan County citizen. I, Zhuge Bilang. I was born in Ingan County. When I was a child, I saw demons killing people. That was my nightmare. I have been fighting demons all my life. I have tried my best. But I don't want to see more people suffer that nightmare. Zhuge Bilang's eyes were red. This was the first time Sudong saw this dignified and elegant old man, and he was about to cry. Men don't shed tears easily, but they are not sad. Zhuge Bilang reached into his arms and took out a silver token. The reverse side of the token is engraved with a leaping koi carp. On the front side, 4 characters are engraved. Flying Fish Leader. Chapter 45 Restrictions. Chief, this is. Sudong looked at the Fiu silver order that Zhuge Bilang took out in surprise. I'm old, and it is time to retire. The higher-ups have sent down a message that you are the next Fiu leader, and I will not suppress it. Take this order. After this matter is over, we will hold the appointment ceremony. Zhuge Bilang smiled and handed the order to Sudong. This. Sudong was stunned. Go ahead, this is what the higher-ups said. Zhuge Bilang stuffed it into Sudong's hands. Among our Fiayu catchers, there are many disciples from sects. There are also some rich kids. They are different from you. They become Fiayu catchers just to get an official position. Fiayu catchers are 8th rank officials, and there is no need to take exams. So many families with some money and power arrange their children to join. In fact, they are at least officials of the court. Sudong understood. This time, you will lead the team to evacuate the villagers. Don't let a few pieces of rotten meat spoil the pot of soup. Zhuge Bilang reminded. Sudong nodded slightly. Haha, now that I have handed over this burden, I feel much more relaxed. Zhuge Bilang was smiling. Sudong walked out of the pavilion. His expression had returned to normal. Zhuge Bilang mentioned it twice today. It was obvious that the court had noticed him. It was a good thing to be cultivated by the court. But Sudong was not happy because of the monsters. At night, Fiayu Yamen was particularly lively. Many Fiayu catchers were scattered in various rooms. Some were meditating, some were writing letters in a hurry, and some were drinking. Unlucky, so unlucky, we have to evacuate the villagers, we may encounter monsters. A group of villagers, they will die, let us take risks. A rich Fiayu catcher was worried there. Originally, I thought it was very glorious to be a county Fiayu catcher. But who would have thought that they would have to face monsters? They also took advantage of the court's loopholes and wanted to get a job easily, but now they can't. It's okay, Master Zhang. Just go out on duty and wander around. Don't go to places where monsters are. Of course. They discussed. Wang Lang came to the outside of Sudong's room. Captain Su is not in the room. Wang Lang looked at the attendant outside Sudong's room in surprise. Captain Su came back and went out again. The attendant replied. Wang Lang was wondering, where did brother Sudong go so late? Sudong went to see someone, a child. In a very deserted yard, a child sat there alone, without a home, without relatives, without a village, and without a future. Sudong appeared at the gate of the yard, looked at the child, and walked over. He could also hear the child mumbling. Long live the Black Wind King, long live the Black Wind King. Captain Su, a Yamen runner outside the yard, saluted Sudong. Well, I'll come and see the child. Sudong nodded. Oh, how pitiful. The child was so scared that he would have died if Captain Cheng Zizhang hadn't rescued him. The Yamen ran aside. Sudong walked in calmly. He walked all the way to the child. Long live the Black Wind Demon King. The child seemed to sense someone coming and suddenly became nervous and shouted. Sudong felt extremely guilty. I'm sorry. He leaned over, stretched out his arms, and hugged the little boy. He understood what kind of fear that was. The little boy trembled. He could feel that the person in front of him was different from others. The Yamen runners outside the yard were all stunned when they saw it. They didn't expect that Captain Su was such a loving person. After a while, Sudong came out of the yard. Does this child have a place to go? He asked the Yamen runners. I will send him to another village for foster care in a few days. I don't know if there is anyone willing to take him in his condition. The Yamen runner said. Then let him follow me. Sudong said, then turned around, walked into the yard, and left with the child. The next day, at sunrise, Zhuge Bilang counted the number of people in Fiayu Yamen, made some arrangements, and all the Fiayu catchers rode on fast horses and headed for Shigao village in Kun's county. What surprised Zhuge Bilang was that Sudong was still with the child. Before noon, a group of Fiayu catchers arrived at their destination. They did not enter the county town, but came directly to the vicinity of Shigao village. I won't go into the village, lest I run into monsters. As soon as they arrived nearby, a Fiayu catcher who was about 30 years old and had a fair face stopped his horse. I won't go either, Brother Zhang. Let's go and find a place to drink. Yes, let's go drink. Many catchers responded immediately. Sudong looked over. Bah, a bunch of soft eggs, usually eating the court's salary and enjoying the benefits of being an official. But when something really happens, they run faster than one another. Wang Lang snorted coldly. He had a hot temper and was too lazy to restrain his voice at this moment. He just wanted those people to hear it. When the captains heard this, their faces suddenly turned ugly. Wang Lang, who are you calling a wimp? The fair-skinned captain looked at him angrily. Brother Zhang, don't bother with this reckless man, a companion advised. Wang Lang was still somewhat famous among the Fiao captains. He was famous for killing monsters crazily. Captain Zhang was just an ordinary rich boy and didn't want to provoke this ruffian. You guys go, just don't go too far. A voice came. The captains looked over and saw Yan Zheng, who had a resolute face, speaking. This book was recently updated in update. Captain Zhang immediately smiled. Brother Yan is still considerate of us brothers. Yan Zheng nodded slightly. He was the leader of the crowd. He was born in a famous family and was a disciple of the sect. Among the captains who just opened their mouths to run away, there was his junior brother. Wang Lang glanced at Yan Zheng and was too lazy to say more. The other captains were angry, but they had nothing to say. These rich Fiao captains were just trying to take advantage of the situation. Without Zhuge Lang, who could take care of it? Let's go. Captain Zhang led 7 or 8 other captains to leave. Wait. A cold shout rang out. Sudong immediately had a little boy sitting on his chest, staring at them blankly. Sudong's eyes were cold. Captain Zhang and the others looked over and were immediately furious. Did I offend your Pingan County? You dare to yell at me, one by one. Zhang Zhao laughed angrily. First it was Wang Lang, then it was Sudong. They really didn't take him seriously. Brother Su, forget it, let them go. Yan Zheng still spoke, seemingly magnanimous. But Sudong had a cold face and didn't even look at him. Yan Zheng's face immediately turned ugly. From now on, if one person leaves the team, he will take off the Fiao robe and take back the Fiao order. Sudong said coldly. The captains looked at each other. As both of them are flying fish captains, it seems a bit overstepping their authority to say this. Ha. Zhang Zhao sneered. What right do you have to say that? He sneered. But before he could finish his words, he could not say them anymore because Sudong raised his hand, holding a token. The silver flying fish token was a bit dazzling under the eyes. Leader's token? All the flying fish captains were stunned. Wang Lang was stunned. Yan Zheng was even more stunned. That was the flying fish leader's token, the leader's token he had been thinking about day and night. How did it end up in Sudong's hands? It's over. There's no chance. This Sudong is already the flying fish leader. Damn it. Yan Zheng was furious. How did the leader's token end up in Sudong's hands? Zhuge Lang passed it on, so he must have been appointed by the court. Captain Zhang and others were speechless. How did you have it? You became the leader. Captain Zhang stuttered. Finally, he sorted out the clues and saw Sudong gradually showing fear in his eyes. A higher ranking official can crush a person. This is the power of the system. Either take off your Fiao uniform and leave, or follow the team to evacuate. If anyone makes trouble again, Fiao will follow the rules. Sudong said a word and walked forward first. I obey the leader's order. Wang Lang smiled. He followed closely, and now he understood why Zhuge Lang met Sudong alone yesterday. The other many captains followed. They were all Fiao captains who became demon hunters. Zhang Zhao and others had better faces. It's over. It's over. Sudong has become the leader of Fiao, and life will be difficult. He complained, but still hurried to follow. With this official, he is still a person. Without this official, he is a fart. Yan Zheng is also useless. The position of Fiao leader was actually taken away by Sudong. Chapter 46, Double Blade Bloodshed. Yan Zheng still cares about these social relationships, but Sudong doesn't bother to pay attention to them. Among the flying fish catchers, there are heroes like Cheng Zizhang and Cheng Zizhang, and there are also scoundrels who take advantage of the situation. Sudong's eyes were cold. Originally, he didn't care about these rich kids who just lived a life of idleness, but when he saw them living a life of idleness and being so arrogant, as if they were superior to the flying fish catchers who really eliminated monsters and fought hard, he was immediately angry. A bunch of scoundrels. Sudong's eyes were like knives, and the other catchers followed him. No one dared to underestimate them, thinking of Sudong's recent reputation. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Not to mention the position. Just talking about strength, even cultivators have been killed, let alone them. With strength and power, you can't help but obey. Yan Zheng felt even worse when he saw how obedient these flying fish catchers were. Shigao village in Kun's County is close to the upper reaches of Hun River. There are several villages and towns around. Shigao village was massacred by monsters the day before yesterday. In the past 2 days, villagers from other villages have begun to leave the village. Monsters are rampant, so they naturally have to go far away. So when a group of flying fish catchers came to these nearby villages, they saw empty houses and residences. There was not even a wisp of smoke. They are gone, all gone. Who is not afraid of monsters? Everyone sighed. It's good that there are no monsters. Some people were happy. Sudong looked at the wasteland with a cold face. That must be Shigao village. He looked at a village not far away. Yes. A man came forward. It was Wu Cheng. Let's go. Let's take a look. Sudong went first. Go to Shigao village? That's where monsters massacred the village. Some people were panicked, but seeing that Sudong had already led the way, they did not dare to neglect or fall behind. When they arrived at Shigao village, at the front of the village were 2 terrifying and eye-catching towers of human heads, clearly distinguishing between men and women. These damn monsters. Wang Lang arrived later. Ah, everyone, look there, that's... Suddenly someone exclaimed. Sudong turned his head and saw a bloody and torn robe hanging on a stone pillar at the entrance of the village. It was a Fei robe. It's Captain Cheng's robe. Wu Cheng's eyes were red. Just as people were shocked. I'll go and bring Captain Cheng's robe back. Wang Lang took the initiative to step forward. Slow. Sudong shouted in a low voice. He stared at the Fei robe. His eyes were as cold as a knife. The super sense condensed into a knife, rippling over layer by layer, sweeping across the Fei robe. Swish. His right hand turned into a knife, and a stream of energy and knife energy shot out, cutting through the sky with a puff, and fell on the Fei robe. The robe exploded immediately. A long green snake rolled out from it. It spit out its tongue. It fell to the ground, spun around, and a green mist rose, and it turned into a pair of narrow eyes. Extremely feminine green robed man. The corners of the man's mouth opened and closed to his temples. His forked tongue was quite scary, and his eyes were even more grey and cold. Ah, a monster. It's a big monster. The flying fish catchers were all horrified. They had just arrived, and they had already encountered a monster? And looking at the momentum of its transformation, there is no doubt that it is a big monster. Wang Lang's scalp was even more terrified. I almost went over just now. If I had gone over, I'm afraid I wouldn't have survived. He looked at Sudong with relief. Fortunately, Sudong was alert. You have some tricks. No wonder Leoniu died in your hands. But, today is also the day you die. Your skin is not bad. I will peel it off for you completely. The green-robed monster grinned, and the snake tongue flickered. Skin it. The scalps of many flying fish catchers were numb. It was him. He was one of the monsters who slaughtered the village that day. Wu Cheng pointed at the monster and said, "Aren't there many monsters?" Suddenly a flying fish catcher said. As soon as he finished speaking, a chaotic sound of footsteps sounded in the houses of Shigao village, and a series of strange monsters appeared. The demonic energy was surging, which made people afraid. In a blink of an eye, there were more than 100 of them. The front was a monkey-like figure wearing armor, a jackal-like figure, and this green-robed snake demon. All 3 of them were surging with demonic energy, and were very fierce. Ah. It's over. So many monsters? A trap. It's a trap. I said we shouldn't come. That Sudong hurt us. The flying fish catchers were suddenly panicked. They couldn't fight, or escape from a monster, but this group of monsters? It's hard to escape. Don't panic. Sudong shouted. The voice contained the realm of unity between man and sword, which was fascinating. The flying fish catchers were startled. But they turned around. Run. This is a trap. It's coming for us. If you can escape, you can escape. Yan Zheng shouted. His face was also ugly. Sudong looked over immediately, and Yan Zheng looked at him. Sudong, do you want to kill us all? He asked. Sudong frowned immediately. At this juncture, why did Yan Zheng ask him like this? Humph, brothers, run away. Yan Zheng shouted. So many monsters? Just for them? Fortunately, I got the immortal fate. It's easy to escape. I hope these monsters can kill Sudang. He finished speaking. Run. Some timid flying fish catchers have already started to flee. They are determined to escape, and Sudang can't stop them. They hate Sudang now. Swish. This book is recently updated in #at. Update. The first one to escape is Yanzeng. Follow me. He rode out and shouted. Brother Yan, take us out. Quick, follow Brother Yan and run. In a blink of an eye, more than 50 flying fish catchers, nearly 40 of them scattered and fled. Humph, run. No one can escape. Two brothers, I will go after them. The wolf demon general had a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Kill them all, if you catch up with them. The wolf demon general rushed out with a group of little demons. The speed of the demons was so fast that it was incomparable to those horses. Sudang watched coldly as the wolf demon general led the demons away. The remaining 10 or so flying fish catchers beside him all had cold eyes and boiling murderous intent. Kill them. There are so many demons. Let's kill them all today. Even if I die, I will take the demons with me. Kill the ones who stayed behind. Looking at the large number of demons in front of them, although they were desperate, they were boiling with fighting spirit. In a desperate situation, they were not afraid of death. Don't worry, we don't have to die. They are the ones who deserve to die. Sudang's voice was cold and resounded in everyone's ears. The child on the horse was pale and had already been dazed. It was these demons that slaughtered his village. That was his nightmare. Is the nightmare going to happen again? The little boy was panicking, and suddenly Sudang's shout rang above his head. The shout was like thunder. Choking. Drawing a sword. Sudang held the tooth-breaking knife in his right hand, and with his left hand, a demon-slaying knife appeared in his hand. 2 knives in hand. It's him. It's that knife. I was defeated by him with 1 knife last time, and I lost the gilded hammer. Now I have changed to stick skills, which are faster and stronger. The monkey demon general held a dark golden long stick in his hand. There was a faint light on the long stick, which was also a magic weapon. How strong can a mortal be? We are great demons with Dun formation. Killing him is as easy as pie. The snake demon general looked disdainful. Even if it relied on his monsters, these flying fish catchers would die today. They were still enjoying the fear of the humans in front of them. Sudang had already drawn his sword. The child on the horse only saw a flash of knife light in front of him. Sudang's figure had already rushed out. You beasts, die. Boom. The liquefied true energy in the Dantian was madly infused into his hands. Blood-colored blade light burst out from the 2 long swords at the same time. After taking the spiritual essence, Sudang drew his sword for the first time. Man and sword become one. Blood. Swish. The blood-colored sword light crossed and instantly arrived in front of the snake demon general. Kill this big demon first. Come on. The snake demon general sneered. He also looked at the monkey demon general next to him, wanting him to watch how he killed this human, but at a glance, he saw the horror in the latter's eyes. Brother, be careful, you can't bear it. The monkey demon general shouted anxiously. Can't bear it? The snake demon general stretched out his arm and grabbed Sudang's neck. But as soon as he stretched out his arm flew out. A blood-colored sword light easily cut off one of the snake demon general's arms, and blood splashed. Then another sword light fell on the snake demon general's neck. Puff. A snake head with its eyes wide open suddenly flew up. The Black Wind Mountain Snake Demon General. Die. Chapter 47 Blade. At the first encounter, the leader of the 4 demon generals of Black Wind Mountain, the snake demon general who was full of confidence and wanted to kill Sudang, was beheaded. Look down on ordinary warriors. Are ordinary warriors weaker than you monsters? Killing mortals. Sudang's eyes were cold. The killing intent was boiling. He was angry. And this scene made all the flying fish catchers stunned, and their blood rushed to their heads. That's a demon general level demon. Killed with 1 knife. Haha. Kill. Follow the leader and you can live. A group of flying fish catchers went crazy. They thought they would die today. Even if they could kill 1 or 2 monsters, they would just be buried with themselves. But Sudang's outburst gave them hope. Kill. The little boy on the horse had a light in his eyes. This should have been his nightmare, but what did he see? The arrogant and terrible monster was beheaded with 1 knife. Monster, is it so weak? No, it's not that the monster is weak, it's that the man is too strong. Can humans be so strong? Can I become so strong and kill monsters? At this moment, strong desires and ambitions overcame fear and swept through the little boy's heart. He wants to become stronger. Kill monsters. They were surprised, excited, and excited. The monsters were horrified. The snake general was killed with one knife. Retreat quickly, this human is too scary. The monsters, who were originally ferocious, were panicked. They were not a disciplined army, and it was not easy to cultivate monsters. How could they die easily? Don't panic, no matter how strong he is only one person. There is still me. The monkey demon general roared. He secretly cursed his big brother, the snake demon general. I told you not to be careless when dealing with this flying fish catcher Sudan. Use poison at the beginning, and don't give him a chance. Now it's troublesome. My brother was killed with one knife. The snake demon general is good at using poison. In terms of frontal combat power, he is not as good as him. Looking at Sudan rushing over, the monkey demon general's eyes were bloodshot. I'm not the same person I used to be. I've changed to stick fighting. Stick fighting is stronger than hammer fighting, and I won't give you a chance. The monkey demon general growled. The huge palm waved the pillar-like dark gold long stick. The dark gold light flowed, stirring the air, and the violent airflow vibrated, and the surrounding ground and houses were shaken to crack. The fierce power was overwhelming. Take my stick. The monkey demon general roared, and the dark gold long stick smashed down at Sudan fiercely. If the stick really hit hard, it could smash Sudan into mincemeat. Die. Sudan watched the long stick fall. Instead of retreating, he raised the tooth-breaking knife in his right hand. In his palm, black mist swirled out, exuding a hideous demonic aura. Demonic right hand. The tooth-breaking knife was swung out, and a faint green light flashed on the blade under the blood-colored blade light. Sharpening aura. It can make the long knife become increasingly sharp. After half a month, it has been polished every day. The tooth-breaking knife now is not comparable to half a month ago. The demon's right hand, the blood-colored knife, the tooth-breaking knife. The three are superimposed. Ding. The blood-colored long knife directly chopped on the dark golden long stick of the monkey demon general, and the powerful force collided in an instant. Fighting me head on. Stupid. The monkey demon general's face was happy. He was afraid that Sudan would dodge and dare not confront him head on. But then, he showed fear. When the long stick and the knife light collided, the monkey demon general only felt that the long stick in his hand was lighter, and half of the long stick had already flipped out. Just like a knife cutting tofu, his magic long stick could not block Sudan's knife. Question mark? Your knife. Is it a 7th grade magic weapon? The monkey demon general was furious. Magic weapons are divided into 9 grades. His magic long stick is a 9th grade one, and it was easily cut off. The long knife must be a 7th grade magic weapon. In fact, the tooth-breaking knife can only be regarded as a 9th grade magic weapon, but after being polished by the knife grinding energy, this knife has made great progress in sharpness. Others are average. It is extremely sharp. 9th grade magic weapon. Cut it off with one knife. Sudan cut off the monkey demon general's long stick with his broken tooth knife, and the demon slaying knife in his left hand was close to the latter's sturdy and broad waist and back. He wanted to cut the monkey demon general in half. Terrible. The monkey demon general retreated again and again. He relies on the magic weapon. I'm no match for him. Retreat. The monkey demon general, who was originally full of confidence, became cowardly again. A mortal holding a 7th grade magic weapon long knife. Isn't this bullying him? Kill. Sudan, however, activated his maximum speed and chased the monkey demon general. He would not let go of any of these monsters who slaughtered the villagers. Stop it for me. The monkey demon general retreated violently. He also pushed out the little demon to block it. The scene seemed to be reversed, and Sudan rushed into the group of monsters like a demon. The blood-colored blades of the 2 knives flew. The heads of the monsters flew with puffs of blood. Unstoppable. The monsters panicked and scattered. In front of Sudan's tooth-breaking knife, ordinary monsters were no different from being chopped like melons and vegetables. Kill. Follow the leader and kill. Wang Lang shouted excitedly, jumped off his horse, and rushed straight to a little monster. Kill. A dozen flying fish catchers, whoever dared to stay, had real kung fu in their hands and had really killed monsters. At this moment, everyone was full of fighting spirit. Kill the monster and take the pill. Kill. A group of flying fish catchers rushed over to kill the monster. Those monsters only dared to flee. Too strong. He is stronger than last time, relying on that magic weapon longsword. The monkey monster general retreated and trembled. This book was recently updated in #at. Update. A flash of knife light flashed in the corner of his eye. His heart jumped. He hurriedly staggered to the side and rolled on the ground. A blood-colored knife light brushed his shoulder and shot out, and with a puff, a little monster was cut in half. It was a close call. He almost broke his arm again. Damn it. Am I a demon, or is he a demon? The monkey demon general grinned. This was too strong. This time, the king's painstaking plan to lure out Sudong has failed. If I don't leave, I will die here. The monkey demon general shook his head. He didn't want to die here. The big hand took out a talisman from the interlayer of the armor on his chest. He activated it directly. Puff. The talisman burned. Want to escape? Sudong's face was cold. The knife in his hand swung out. The monkey demon general stood up from the ground, turned around and ran. One step. In an instant, it was more than 10 meters, and the distance was immediately widened. Shrink the earth into an inch. Sudong was stunned. Ah! The monkey demon general cried out in pain in the distance, but saw a flash of blood, and it fell on its shoulder. A thick broken arm suddenly flew up. This damn Sudong broke his arm again. But the monkey demon general didn't even have the courage to stop and pick up the broken arm. Shrinking the earth into an inch quickly fled away. General Monkey, wait for us. Take us and run away. The 70 or 80 little demons panicked. The snake demon was about to die, and the monkey demon was about to escape. What should these little demons do? Sudong cut down with a knife, and the head and body of a little demon were separated. Don't leave anyone alive. His eyes were cold. The situation on the side of the many fleeing flying fish catchers led by Yanzeng was different. They didn't run far on horseback before they were intercepted by the wolf demon. They were intercepted by these rich flying fish catchers and killed them. There was no good demon killer among these fleeing flying fish catchers. In addition, they had lost their courage, and the battle was one-sided. The wolf demon easily tore the body of a flying fish catcher with one claw. His lips were still licking the blood on his claws. It's over, brother Yan. Take me with you. Let's run quickly. Zhang Xiao pulled Yanzeng, panicking. When had he ever seen such a scene? Run away. If I have to run away, I'll run away. Why take you with me? Yanzeng sneered. He looked at the almost dead or wounded flying fish catchers, then looked at the monsters who were in high spirits, and the wolf monster general with a terrible aura. The yuanying in his body told him not to fight with the wolf monster general for the time being. Yanzeng shook his head. None of these trash can escape today. Huh. Zhang Xiao looked at Yanzeng in astonishment. It was the latter who shouted to escape together. You die, I'm leaving. Yanzeng sneered. A cluster of green flames suddenly appeared under his feet. The green flames were extremely strange, jumping and supporting Yanzeng's body to float up. Immediately flew away. Flying with fire? A cultivator? The wolf monster general and other monsters were all shocked. But the man escaped. Yanzeng. Zhang Xiao looked at the flying figure and roared, and a bloody smell came from behind. His face suddenly turned pale. We trusted you wrongly. They shouldn't have trusted Yanzeng. What a pity. There is no regret medicine in this world. Snap. The wolf monster general bit off Zhang Xiao's neck in one bite. Chapter 48 Zheng Dashu. The wolf demon general brought a dozen little demons and nearly 40 flying fish catchers to kill them all. After looting, he turned around and headed for Shigao village. The wolf demon general was very good at killing, and he was in high spirits. Suddenly, a burly and embarrassed figure rushed from far to near at a very fast speed. Monkey's second brother? The wolf demon general smiled at first, but then his face was dull, because he saw that his monkey's second brother, who was running towards him, was bleeding, his left arm was missing, and there was even more fear in his eyes. There was no style of the fierce black-wined mountain demon general before. Go back to the mountain. The monkey demon general roared. Second brother, where is the eldest brother? The wolf demon general stared. Dead, all dead. The monkey demon general was too lazy to say more to the wolf demon general. All dead. The wolf demon general was shocked, and the ferocity that was excited to kill before was immediately extinguished. Is it that Sudang? This time the monkey demon general didn't say much, just left them and left. Let's go back to the mountain, the wolf demon general said. He didn't even go back to Shigao village, but he also knew that their king had been preparing for this plan for half a month. Unexpectedly, it failed, and the snake demon general died. A miserable defeat. They fled in a panic. On Sudang's side, everyone was excited. In Shigao village, the battle had ended. Among nearly 100 small demons, only a few escaped, and the rest were all killed. It was mainly because Sudang was too efficient in killing demons, and his super senses enveloped the surroundings. Before those monsters had escaped far, a flash of knife light arrived. Their demon bodies were not strong, and a flash of knife light was enough to take their lives. It's so satisfying. I have been a flying fish catcher for so many years, and this is the first time I have killed a demon so happily. This time these monsters set a trap for us, and finally they fell into it. Thanks to the leader. All the flying fish catchers looked at the figure standing in front of them, and their eyes were full of admiration. In the world of warriors, the strong are respected. Only strength can win respect. Power and status are empty. Sudang looked at the tower of human heads in the village. Let's do it. Let's bury all the heads of the villagers. Burn all the bodies of the monsters. Sudang ordered. Yes, chief. Dozens of flying fish catchers immediately obeyed. Sudang also started. Half an hour later, all the heads of the villagers were buried. But the bodies of the monsters were piled up. Wang Lang held a torch. Can I? Let me do it? Suddenly a clear and light voice sounded. The originally dazed little boy now looked at Wang Lang eagerly with tears on his face. You. Wang Lang looked at Sudang. Sudang had a calm face. Give it to him. His face was calm, but there was joy in his eyes. He just wanted to see this child come out of the shadows. The little boy took the torch and walked to the group of monster bodies. He threw a fire on those bodies. Dad, Mom, Sister, did you see it? These monsters who killed you are all dead. All dead. He cried, shouting. It was a nightmare. Now, the creators of that nightmare are all dead. What's your name? Sudang stepped forward, squatted down and asked. My last name is Zeng, and my name is Dashu. The little boy said. Dashu, uncle? Sudang smiled. It's interesting that the parents gave this child a name. Dashu, do you have any relatives? Sudang wanted to ask, maybe the child had any relatives or friends he wanted to rely on. Plop. Zeng Dashu knelt down directly in front of Sudang and kowtowed. Sir, Dashu wants to learn martial arts from you. Please accept me as your apprentice. This scene. All the flying fish catchers looked at the child. After the disaster, the child's character is destined to be extremely tough. If there is a good teacher to teach him, he may indeed achieve something in the future. Moreover, he is also smart and knows how to find a good master. Sudang chuckled. Help Zeng Dashu up. Okay, from today on, you will be my eldest disciple, Sudang. I'm very strict in teaching my disciples. Are you afraid? Sudang threatened Zeng Dashu. I'm not afraid. Master can beat me however he wants. Zeng Dashu's little face was full of stubbornness. As long as you behave, I won't beat you. Sudang smiled. Zeng Dashu nodded repeatedly. Everyone laughed. After escaping from the catastrophe and fighting a great battle, this scene was the most heartwarming. On the Black Wind Mountain, the Black Wind Old Demon was wearing a black wind. In the huge cave, the Black Wind Old Demon sat on his throne, with thick black fog rolling around him. He was waiting. The Snake Demon General is good at using tricks and poison. Sudang is a flying fish catcher and is young. Even if he has a great opportunity, he has insufficient experience. He should be easily deceived. I have been forming the elixir for 500 years. I'm just one step away from breaking the elixir and becoming a Yuanying. This step, the opportunity is all in the secret book. I must get it back. This book was recently updated in #@. Update. Monsters also have a lifespan. Or 1,000-year-old monster like the Black Wind Old Demon can be said to be in his twilight years. If he can't make a breakthrough, he will soon die. That's why he was extremely anxious. He waited. Finally, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps outside the cave, and a burly figure staggered in. The black-winged old demon stood up with great joy. "Monkey General, what's wrong with your arm?" The black-winged old demon was extremely happy and excited, and looked forward to it. But after seeing the appearance of the monkey demon general, his heart sank. He had a bad premonition. "My lord, something terrible has happened. My eldest brother was killed by Sudan. Many little demons also died. My third brother and I escaped with great difficulty. My arm is broken." The monkey demon general cried as soon as he came in. The old black-winged demon was furious. Waste. 3 great demon generals and hundreds of little demons. They set up a trap to deal with a flying fish catcher, but they still failed. He has a breakthrough in his skills. Has he become a martial arts master? The old black-winged demon said coldly. No, but he has a magic weapon longsword. That magic weapon is too powerful. The monkey demon general said. Did he rely on the magic weapon? Sure enough, there is a legacy. Is it the Imperial Court or a disciple of a large sect who is making things difficult for me? Do you really want me to take action? No. The more powerful the legacy, the less you can take action. It is very likely that they are setting a trap for me. The old black-winged demon was too cautious. He could set a trap for Sudan, but conversely, the Imperial Court would also set a trap for him. What should I do? At this time, the wolf demon general walked in. My lord, this time when we went down the mountain, besides Sudan, there was another person among the Ningan County flying fish catchers, who seemed to be at odds with Sudan. The wolf demon general said. HMPH, a mortal, what's the use? The black-winged demon king was disdainful. Strength was everything. The wolf demon general said anxiously, but that person is a cultivator. He didn't kill monsters, and later ran away. He was talking about Yanzeng. Oh, a cultivator? Not getting along with Sudan? The old black-winged demon immediately pondered. Perhaps, this cultivator can be used. Yanzeng flew all the way, and fled to a village dozens of miles away. He found a tea house and sat down. It's miserable. It's really miserable. Sudan will definitely die this time. I saved my crane demon powder. Yanzeng was very happy. No one would have thought that they would encounter so many monsters. 3 great giant monsters, and nearly 100 condensation key monsters. Even ordinary cultivators would die. The yuanying in his body was also happy. It's a pity for the spiritual essence and spiritual crystal. He felt distressed. Not necessarily. Yanzeng shook his head. With so many spiritual essences, Sudan can't possibly eat them all. The spiritual crystals need a channel to spend them. What do you mean? Perhaps those things were hidden by Sudan, maybe hidden in the Yangji Azhuang mansion. Yanzeng pondered. Once Sudan dies, who can keep those spiritual crystals and spiritual essences with just the mortals in Yangji Azhuang? He sneered. Wait, as long as Sudan dies, I will go to Yangji Azhuang. We are both officials appointed by the court. It is also my duty to pay homage. Haha, it should be. The yuanying in Yanzeng's body laughed. He did not choose the wrong host. He was much stronger than Zhao Heng. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 Cooperation. On the bank of the Han River, groups of villagers with their families were busy migrating, reluctant, helpless, and fearful. If we leave the village, where will we settle down? Let's go. If we don't leave, will we stay here and wait for death? The Black Wind King is angry. I'm afraid there will be no peace for nearly 100 years. Sudong and others watched from a distance as these groups of villagers left their hometowns and went far away. If they left now, they could at least survive. If they didn't leave, they might die someday. Monsters are really hateful. As long as there are monsters, there will be no good days for us humans. It's all because of that damn black wind monster. If the black wind monster is not eliminated, there will be no peace on both sides of the Han River. Wan Lang, Wu Cheng and other flying fish catchers watched this scene. Their faces were not good. Sudong watched silently. The child Zengdashu was sitting on the horse's back. Wait, it's almost time. The Black Wind monster's death is coming soon. Sudong's heart was filled with murderous intent and his eyes were deep. As long as he is given some more time, as long as he can make further progress, master the dream shocking blade, or break through the Wutong level, it will be time to kill the Black Wind demon. Now it is still a little short. It is not easy to kill the Black Wind demon. The latter is extremely cautious. If he fails once, there will be no second chance. Therefore, Sudong must be 100% sure before he starts. As long as the Black Wind demon can be killed in the end, all the patience is worth it. Go back. There are no people in the villages within 30 miles of Hun River. Just wait for the Northwest Army to come and kill the demon. Wait. The head of the flying fish catcher said. Immediately, the group turned their horses around and galloped towards the county. There is a tea house at the entrance of an ancient road outside Ningbo County. Yan Zeng sat in the tea house, watching the pedestrians on the ancient road. Wait a little longer. If Sudong and his men don't show up this morning, I will go to the city to report. He waited happily. The more times like this, the more anxious you can't be. If Sudong survives the disaster, things will be troublesome. You are too cautious. How could Sudong survive? The Yuanying in his body sneered. Better safe than sorry. Yan Zeng chuckled. He raised the teacup and drank. Suddenly, his hand holding the teacup froze. His eyes were fixed on the edge of the ancient road. A team of people wearing flying fish robes rode fast horses and rushed towards Ningbo County City. It's Sudong and Wang Lang, Wu Cheng and others. How come none of them died? There are so many monsters, and there are 2 big monsters. Didn't they kill anyone? Pa. The teacup in his hand was crushed. Shocked, extremely shocked. They fled first, and he was the only one left. Those who didn't flee, on the contrary, didn't die. It's not good. Sudong is now the leader of the flying fish. If he returns to the county city, as long as I'm charged with deserting the battlefield, my position as the head of the flying fish will be lost. Yan Zeng's face was pale. How come that group of monsters are so useless that they can't even kill Sudong? I've made an enemy of Sudong, and it's hard to poison him. What should I do? What should I do? Yan Zeng's face looked grim. Suddenly, the Yuanying in his body gave a warning. Be careful, there is a big monster nearby, in this tea house. The Yuanying in his body suddenly said. Yan Zeng was shocked. Big monster? If a Yuanying cultivator can call it a big monster, it must be a monster king. Big monster? Coming for me? Yan Zeng was panicked. But after all, he was born in a famous family, and his heart was tough, so his face could remain normal. At this time, a tall figure with a skinny figure and a black robe came over and sat directly next to Yan Zeng. Captain Yan. The man spoke, and a strong monster aura emanated from him, and Yan Zeng was immediately shocked. This was the most terrifying big monster he had ever seen. Who are you? Yan Zeng looked at the figure in front of him, and his face was dull except for his tall figure. His eyes glowed with black light, and saliva flowed from his lips. I'm Black Wind. That is what you call the Black Wind old demon. The tall figure said casually. Yan Zeng was almost frightened to stand up from his seat. Black Wind old demon. Don't be afraid, this is just one of his puppets. Just an ordinary mortal, carrying a wisp of his soul. Let me emit some breath, and talk to him. The Yuanying in his body said. Yan Zeng immediately did as he was told, and his heartbeat accelerated. Black Wind old demon, the most terrifying monster in the entire Black Wind mountain and the 30 miles of Hun River, sitting right in front of him. How could he not be afraid? But the Yuanying breath emanating from him also startled the Black Wind old demon. The breath of a Yuanying cultivator? He immediately took Yan Zeng seriously. As soon as the wolf demon general said it, he asked the little demon to find out that the head of the police who was not dead, Zhang Xiao, called Yan Zeng before he died. I came to you for only one thing. Let's cooperate and get rid of Sudong. I'm a human, and you're a demon. How can we cooperate? You're a cultivator, so you're naturally different from ordinary humans. Besides, don't you want Sudong to die? The tall figure grinned. Yan Zeng was silent for a moment. Then he shook his head. You want me to believe you with just empty words? This book has been updated recently on #@@@@. Update. The old demon black wine stopped smiling and glanced at Yan Zheng. His eyes, which were glowing with black light, made Yan Zheng shudder. This is a 3-leaf clover that can increase your power by 30 years. If you get it done, there will be another spiritual essence of the same kind. It's up to you to decide whether to cooperate or not. The tall figure casually threw out a small brocade box, and it landed on the table in front of Yan Zheng. Spiritual essence? Question mark? Yan Zheng's eyes lit up, and his nascent soul was eager for it. It is said that these monsters who occupy the mountains, rivers, and swamps have a rich foundation. Today I have seen it. They can easily produce a spiritual essence. Cooperate with him, and get rid of Sudan. Yan Zheng and the nascent soul in his body reached a consensus. He immediately looked at the tall figure in front of him. Tell me first, how can we cooperate? As an official in the same dynasty, I can't be a match for Sudan. Yan Zheng said. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything to him, just. The two conspired. After a while, Yan Zheng left, without entering the county town, and turned around and left. The tall figure watched him leave. His face was ugly. If I can't enter your county town, why would I need you? What's the matter with the nascent soul breath? He could feel that Yan Zheng's skills were not high, and his body was still a mortal body. But what was the matter with the nascent soul breath in his body? No matter what you do, as long as you can get things done. He sneered, then got up and left. After walking away, a black light flashed, and turned into a wisp of black wine flying towards the horizon. Fiu Yamen in Ning'an County. Sudong and others reported everything about the trip. Zhuge Bilang's face changed drastically when he heard about the 3 demon generals and hundreds of small demons, but then he heard Sudong say that they had all been killed. He was stunned. So later, he didn't hear clearly about Yan Zheng and others' disobedience and desertion. You killed the demons this time. I will report all the merits. In addition, Yan Zheng, Zhang Xiao and others, if they come back, should also be severely punished. Their Fiu order should be taken back, and they should be eliminated from the Fiu catchers in the county. Zhuge Bilang smiled. Sudong, you did a good job this time. Kill those demons, and see if they dare to cause trouble. Yes. Sudong also nodded. Also, in a few days, it will be your appointment ceremony. This great achievement must be reported. Zhuge Bilang seemed to be happier than Sudong. No need for that. Sudong didn't care about these merits. He used to be afraid of implicating the people around him. After all, monsters are very cunning. No, you must report it. It's a waste not to take the benefits of the court. There are still people robbing it. He smiled. Sudong could only nod. Soon, Sudong and Wu Cheng and other captains parted ways. After this incident, everyone can be regarded as a life and death friendship. Naturally, they are very familiar with each other. I don't know if Yan Zai and Feng survived. Wang Lang smiled. He remembered that the wolf monster chased out with the monsters at that time. Who cares? Sudong didn't take Yan Zheng to heart. Let's go home. Wang Lang also smiled. On the ancient road, Wang Lang, Sudong, and Zheng Dashu rode fast towards Ping'an County. Chapter 50 The Power of the Devil. Passing by the county seat of Ping'an County, Wang Lang and Sudong parted ways. When they parted, Wang Lang looked at Sudong. Privately, the two had no concept of superiors and subordinates. Brother Su, why don't you go to the city to see Miss Meng? Wang Lang laughed. Sudong was stunned. Why do you say that, Brother Wang? Haha, are you still pretending? I've heard that girl is the sweetheart of our Captain Su. Besides, I know that Brother Su is not the kind of mortal who cares about worldly views. Although Miss Meng has a physical illness, she is not inferior in heart and appearance. Wang Lang shook his head. Brother is an experienced person. Let me tell you from the bottom of my heart, Brother Sudong. If you really like her, grasp it well, don't regret it, and don't care about your face. I think Miss Meng may not have no feelings for you. After that, he rode away quickly, leaving Sudong alone in a daze. Master, who is Miss Meng? Zheng Dashu looked up and asked Sudong. She is a friend of my teacher. Let's go. Let's go home. Sudong glanced in the direction of the county seat and retracted his gaze. He rode away quickly. The cold words rang in her ears again. It was her intention that we didn't need to meet. The words were clear. Why should he force it? But, did she have feelings for him? In the small medical clinic in Pingan County, Meng Si Nyang sat in her room. The night was quiet. She sat at the table, holding a chestnut in her hand. That Sudang has feelings for you. Aren't there many cases of love growing over time? Do you dare to say that you don't have the slightest feelings for that Sudang? Uncle's words echoed in Meng Si Nyang's ears. Meng Si Nyang asked herself, did she really not have the slightest feelings for him? He should just be grateful to me. Uncle is overthinking. Meng Si Nyang sighed. Originally, maybe they could have become very good friends. After peeling the chestnut and putting it in her mouth, the sweet fragrance of the chestnut instantly spread throughout her lips and teeth. Is love as sweet as this chestnut? She thought. A faint green fire suddenly appeared in the room. The faint green fire coiled around and turned into a suspended rope, falling directly on Meng Si Nyang. But, the first time it fell, the green flame rope bounced off. Huh. The demon clan seal. A surprised voice came from the darkness. Meng Si Nyang was also startled and opened her mouth to shout. But then a puff of purple mist emerged. It immediately enveloped Meng Si Nyang. Crane demon powder? Crane demon powder of Hanan sect? Captain Yan. Meng Si Nyang exclaimed softly, then closed her lips, not daring to breathe. What a powerful girl. You can even guess this. Outside the room, Yan Zheng was covered in a black robe. He manipulated the green flame and crane demon powder. The yuanying in his body sighed. What a pity. Yan Zheng was concentrating on manipulating the magic. Swish, the green flame rope easily wrapped around Meng Si Nyang for the second time. He flicked his fingertips, and a beam of light passed by and touched the back of Meng Si Nyang's neck, and the latter immediately fainted. Yan Zheng pulled the rope, and Meng Si Nyang's body floated out of the room from the window. Yan Zheng caught her. The touch was gentle, and the warm fragrance entered his arms. Yan Zheng looked down and saw that the woman in his arms seemed to have a strange charm under the moonlight. Yan Zheng's heart was shaken, and he almost couldn't control himself. But then he shook his head repeatedly. Strange, why didn't I find her so charming before? In the past, he only knew that Miss Meng was a skilled doctor. He never found that she was so charming. Did he make a mistake in the past? There is something strange about this girl, and she is protected by the magic seal of the demon clan. The yuanying in his body also said, no matter how strange it is, I have to leave it to the old black wind demon. Whether she can take Sudang's life depends on her weight in Sudang's heart. Yan Zheng sneered. He threw a scribbled note into the room. Then he took out a Taoist talisman. It was a concealment talisman. He activated the Taoist talisman. It disappeared into the darkness. Sudang returned to Yangji as Huang. Adoptive father, Dashu is my disciple, and he will live in our house from now on. He took Zheng Dashu back and introduced him to Yangan. Dashu. Yangan blinked. Uncle? The parents of this child really know how to name their children. Sudang first asked the servants to take Zheng Dashu to arrange a place to live, and he took Yangan to tell him about Zheng Dashu's life experience. When he heard that the whole village died in the hands of monsters, only Zheng Dashu was left. Yangan's eyes suddenly turned red. Just stay in our village. Our family doesn't need him to have a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Adoptive father can also teach Dashu the basics of swordsmanship. After he has the basics, I will pass on his mind skills and swordsmanship to him. Sudang said. It's better to learn martial arts as early as possible. Zheng Dashu's age is just right. Okay, no problem. Yangan agreed immediately. By the way, adoptive father, I'm the leader of the flying fish. Sudang said casually at the end. Oh. Yangan listened casually. This book has been updated recently in @ Update. Sudang went to his room. After a while, Yangan finally reacted. His eyes were wide open. What? What did you say you were? He asked excitedly. The leader of the flying fish, the head of the flying fish catchers in the county, is highly valued by the county governor. Sudang had already entered the room, sitting cross-legged, and after regulating his breath, his mind sank into his Dantian. In the huge Dantian, there was a milky white true essence like a small lake, and above this true essence, there were groups of milky white mist. And in the small lake of true essence, there seemed to be a root-shaped true essence vacuum. The root has been there, and the 3 flowers are generated, which is the martial arts realm. That is when the power will increase greatly. Soon, with my cultivation speed, even if I don't take the spirit essence, 1 year should be enough. Sudong was 100 times more confident. Then, his mind focused on the golden mobile phone suspended above the Dantian True Essence Lake. This is his real core. The phone screen opens, and click to enter the demon transformation space. The screen suddenly went dark, and a small black bat with flapping wings emerged. This little bat looked much thinner than last time, and looked at Sudong with eagerness. "Dear guest, I'm so happy to see you. You are happy to see the resentful souls in me." Sudong smiled. The little devil number 7 smiled even more, and made a naive expression. But his eyes were full of greed and desire. "Guest, do you want to continue to transform your right hand?" It didn't waste any words. "Yes, transform the right hand." The last transformation was 20%. This time it will be completely transformed. Okay, completely transform the demon's right hand. Consume 40 resentful souls. But a right hand appeared on the screen. It was Sudong's right hand. It was surrounded by black light, ferocious and terrifying, and the light spots of resentful souls sank into it. In less than a moment, the demon's right hand has been completely transformed. Please choose the next part to be transformed. The screen suddenly turned, and Sudong's whole body appeared. The right hand part on it has been transformed. There are also 4 major parts: the left hand, legs, heart, and eyes. From a professional perspective, devil number 7 recommends that you prioritize the transformation of the heart. The heart is the core of the devil. If the heart is not broken, the devil will not be destroyed. It is the most important part. Little devil number 7 said enthusiastically. "Then transform the heart." Sudong nodded. "Okay, the transformation of the devil's heart begins." But a heart appeared on the screen, shrouded in black light, and a number of resentful souls sank into it, a total of 23. The transformation of the devil's heart is 46% complete. Please collect more resentful souls as soon as possible to complete the transformation, the little devil advised. Sudong nodded and closed the demon transformation space application. 40 resentful souls were used to transform the right hand, and 23 resentful souls were used to transform the heart, a total of 63 monsters. Including the snake demon general, he killed 63 monsters in one breath. Let's see the effect. In the room, Sudong opened his eyes, and looked at his right hand for the first time. He saw that his right hand was as white as jade. There was even no previous black veins. It was like an ordinary right hand, just whiter. But Sudong's mind moved, and he clenched his right hand slightly. A terrifying force suddenly burst out from his right hand. Bang! Every clench made a sound of explosion. Sudong had a feeling that, if he faced the monkey demon general now, he could crush him with one hand. This is the power of the devil. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.